Hey, everybody. I'm not muted, am I? No, I'm not. It's me, Jumpington, former CEO of Jumpington Dynamics, broadcasting live from the Jumpington Dynamics Auxiliary Hazardous Material Storage Facility somewhere in the world. How's everybody this evening? I had to race back here from emptying out my processing waste, if you know what I mean. Maybe you don't. Maybe it's better that you don't know how my body functions. Let me find some. No, that's. There we go. It's like, why don't I hear anything? Why don't I hear the soothing music? Pretty good? Pretty good. Good. Excellent. Whew. I tell you, it's taken all my willpower to not just like work on this all weekend. Like I had some other stuff to work on. I did poke around with this a little bit. Just made a little bit of adjustments to the texturing, but nothing major. I was looking over some other stuff with it, seeing where we're at, and it highlighted some things that I should probably mention. Again, this is not really meant to be instructional as much, but I do like to point things out in case anybody decides to pick up Blender off of this. You'll learn from better people than me for sure. But some of the stuff that I did was like, why is this broken? All right. Well, anyway, we are here in Blender 4, continuing the work we started last week on this PlayStation 2 model. It's looking pretty good. We've got, I was going to say a little bit more. We've got plenty more to go on this. I'm going to clean up some of these edges. I put a bevel modifier on just to try and get an idea of what it looks like with these edges beveled a little bit. I'm thinking these corners need a bit more severe of a bevel. Bevel on these edges and these edges is a little less. It's very subtle. Maybe a little bit much on there. But that's why I use a modifier. I can go back and adjust it before it's applied and view how it looks. And I'm probably not going to apply that till way towards the end of this, because we're going to bevel a whole lot of stuff. And it's just better to wait until you've got everything else settled, because you don't want to have to go back and try and re-bevel over existing bevels and things get really ugly. You want to try and do as much of it, especially of intersecting parts. Like this will need to be beveled, but it's not going to be bevelable until I apply the Boolean that's cutting this hole. But I just want to get an idea of what it looks like. I also looked up some stuff on how to do this, because although I'm mostly happy with this, and you probably won't see it too much depending on what you're using it for, I thought it would be nice to put a little wire mesh in there, a little mesh filter, which is what exists in the actual thing. So I have to modify some of that. I found a neat trick for making wire mesh with that. But what I was looking at was I wanted to go ahead. Let's see if I did save it. I was playing around a little bit with this, trying to make a procedural texture that looks like the blue that's on the front of this. I'm not sure I got the colors quite right. None of my monitors are very well color calibrated. I don't have the tools to calibrate things like programmatically. Maybe I'm overthinking it, but I don't have like, every time I've looked at it, I just end up fiddling with the numbers. I'm like, I don't know what this is supposed to be. I don't have the eye for it. There's tools you can get to calibrate stuff, and different monitors will have better or worse color calibration out of the box, or better or worse options. Some of them, even with calibration, some colors will be off. If you're doing like serious artwork, you know, and when color is important, then you have to worry about that a lot. And you probably will spend a lot more than I spend on monitors to get really nicely calibrated stuff. But I don't have that kind of money. And I can't imagine spending that kind of money on monitors. Just because I don't do this professionally. I'm just doing this for fun. Which I always hate anytime I'm like, I'm just doing this for fun, as though it's an excuse. Like, I'm just doing it for fun, so it's okay if like it's all terrible and I suck at this. Like, I still want to be good at things. But I just, when it comes to like investing in the hardware on the back end of stuff, it's like, man, I can't justify that. I don't have that kind of scratch line around to buy the equipment to do this stuff. Anyway, and what I noticed on this one, we'll see, I did apply the Boolean. Yeah, for this. And what I found out was I was getting all kinds of weird, screwy shapes on it. And everything was looking off. And I was like, why? Why is it like that? And if we bring up the bool for this, and I think pretty much any of these. Yeah. So I made this Boolean for this shape, and I applied some bevel to some of the edges. Let's go ahead and hide the rest of this. And I did that by using a bevel modifier and then applying weights to lines. And that way you can bevel evenly multiple lines, and you have some measure of control over it, and you can have different levels of beveling, or something's not beveled at all. It's a really nice way to do these things rather than just Control B or Control Shift B and throwing bevel on it and then you're stuck. It's the difference between destructive and non-destructive modeling. But if we take a look at some lines here, I think we're gonna see. Let's see, I'm online. We've got some bevel weights on these lines, and that's fine. That's from when we beveled it. You can see this is, I don't know how visible that is. It's pretty tiny here, but it's 0.02. And what happens when you use Booleans for this, these properties will get transferred to whatever you're cutting into. And so the end result is that where this shape is cut inside the PS2 base model, that line will still have a weight. And because I have a bevel modifier, a bevel modifier on the PS2 currently, it'll try and bevel these lines, which are now all over the place, and it will look rather heinous. What is this line? Which one am I on? I'm on the applied one, right? Yeah, I am. Is this line just like floating here doing nothing? Maybe that's part of my problem too. Got some random line. Does it connect to anything? I don't think it does. It may also be part of it. So yeah, you want to go through, I want to go through this model and remove all of the bevel weights from it now that it has been beveled, so that that doesn't transfer into the other model and cause me problems down the road. But now I'm looking at it, I'm seeing like these weird phantom edges floating around. Just see if we can get rid of these. Breaking stuff. Everything looks okay so far. Sometimes you'll get this when you're dealing with modifiers. You'll get weird kind of phantom bits. This is some vertex I didn't know what to do with. Of course, this may completely break everything. We'll see in a sec here. Probably should have made like a dupe of this. All right. Well, I had a very productive weekend, for me anyway. Which ain't saying much. Not as productive as I would like to be. And we got some over here. Yeah, this is probably what I was seeing. If I have to revert this to the saved version, if I find out I've like destroyed this by doing these cleanup bits, I will. Looks okay. Saw some other stuff. I may have cleaned it all up already on the PS2 main body that was like weird leftover stuff. that looks okay. All right, let's select all, and then just put this to 0, and then that should leave us pretty safe when we finally apply this. Let's go back to our PS2. And that should still look the same. Yep. Sound applied. Edit this. It was this area here. Thought I left one or two just to highlight it. Here we go. Yeah. So I got these weird things going on here. Zeroing on that. Just sometimes get. And this produces this weird kind of floating face. Because this vertex isn't really like attached to anything. But it's trying to create like a face here. And it's going to be a huge mess. And you're going to get weird overlap and weird shading stuff. And you know, luckily this is all pretty simplistic here. Right? So we don't need this edge or this edge. We don't need any of this. So if I select those two and then this one at the end, and I will merge at last, and it will merge those points down in there, and that'll be fine. And that's enough. In this instance, it's pretty good because we don't need that. We don't need that little junk hanging off of there. But there was a whole bunch of those floating on here. And I was checking through it, and it was causing me issues because when I was trying to apply shading to this area, it was like weird little triangles that were a different thing. And man, that wasn't gonna fly. Not gonna cut it. Let's see, kind of got a weird edge right here. What is this line? What do we got here? What's that all about? Yeah, I mean, some of this is just like the topology on this is like a horrible mess because it's nothing but a bunch of jammed in booleans of mixed success. And we got some weird stuff here too. What is going on here? Yeah, that doesn't need to be there. Serves no purpose. Just a lot of little cleanup stuff. This is odd. If I get rid of this line, this may break some things. Let's see if I can dissolve that. Oh, it worked. Great. Very good. Sometimes if things are layered wrong, your topology is really messed up, which most of mine probably will be because the way I'm making this. You'll go to clear a line up and then you'll end up having to recreate or refill faces. There's a fair amount of this when you're working with things. This really isn't too bad, all things considered. This could be a lot worse. Let's get over to this area. I think we might be good over here. Looks like it might have just been that other side. Okay, that's pretty good. Pretty good. Good enough. Let's start out with something simple-ish. So if I want to put a little mesh screen back in here, I'm probably going to want to, so into details, just slap a sticker on it, call it good. Yeah, and it's like what I've learned working with this stuff, like I am like not very much further than that. Like just put it on there, we're good. But what I found in the little bit of time that I've worked on stuff, and I mean, if I pulled up this model of me you're looking at right now and went to like vertex view, that's like an absolute nightmare, because I really didn't know what I was doing when I made this at all. I'm amazed that it works as well as it does. But what'll happen is you'll get like weird little hangers like that, and then you'll go to throw a texture on it, and you'll get this weird like shading mess up where there's like a shadow where there shouldn't be. And you'll like be pulling your hair out trying to figure it out. Like, why did this happen? You know, that happened when I was testing this thing up here, and I just made a duplicate of that face so that I could mess with it without, because I couldn't select these faces because it's not actually, you know, there yet. It's not been applied yet. So technically this geometry doesn't exist. Even though you can see it here, doesn't exist yet for me to mess with. Unless there's a way to do it. I don't think there is. And I was getting like weird lines and shading and stuff. I was like, what's going on? And like, it just drives me crazy. Blender does have a lot of automated tools to clean up a lot of stuff. But like, it's like any automated tool, like Photoshop stuff, where you're like, I'll just use this, what do they call it? Like content aware fill. It's like, it does a really good job. Sometimes it just makes a mess out of things. Because like, it's, you know, I am honestly amazed at a lot of the automation available in Blender and how it handles a lot of things, and just kind of like, yeah, I'll just fix this for you. Like, great, looks great. But it doesn't catch everything. And it's the same thing like the modifier. Sometimes you throw the modifier in and it's, you know, garbage in, garbage out. If you don't do things anywhere close to proper, I'm not going to say do it proper because that implies I do it properly. I don't. But if you're like way off base, like things will get real ugly real quick. Like, you know, if you just throw these bevels on and then you start like rubbing stuff over on them. I was making something with the bevel, and it was like, nothing's beveling. And I'm like, oh, well, there's this clamp override option, right? Hello, welcome. Just working on some Blender stuff, and I'm rambling. Hope you enjoy. This clamp override, which is a good thing to have on, but sometimes you'll see like you're not getting bevels the way you want them to, and you're like, well, I'll just turn that off. And I did turn that off. I don't know, I probably had something and I turned it off and then it worked, and I was like, great. But then you go apply it and you've got like wild edges shooting out everywhere. It's like, why did this happen? It's like, well, you know, that override, that clamp is there for a reason to keep stuff from getting crazy. And if you're trying to bevel something, put a very, like, make a real round edge on something and it just doesn't want to go, you kind of got to go back and look at like, okay, where are the lines intersecting? Why is this breaking? And then you'll see like, okay, these lines are too close. These points are too close. I need to either remove some of these loops or put more loops in. All right, so I could, I think I will. So one of the things is that there's no edge on these. I can drive myself crazy going through and cutting edges on these so that there is so that this piece has thickness. Because what I'm thinking is if I jam in, add like a plane, say that, and I shove it in here behind this so that we get that mesh. And it would just look a little bit nicer. It's a little detail I was thinking about. Probably not totally necessary. Probably not doing it the real great way to do it. But you'll still see these walls here. Unless I do a lot of trickery on it. And I don't want to see that. And I could just bring this up and then delete this back face. And I may do that. Just clear that back face out of there. Or somehow make it transparent. And I think we'll be okay, because we don't really have other holes punched through this. So you'll just see the blackness of this empty case. You may see some oddness. What does this look like? Yeah, you'll see some craziness here. You could build a little box around it to block the light in. So let's do that. Let's get in here. See if I can get this without. If I X-ray this, I think I can grab these. I'll grab in a bunch of extra stuff. Just want to make sure I don't grab. See, I grabbed that. Easy enough to remove that selection. Missing any? What are those? Well, I don't need any of this front selected. Just want the back. I think that's good. Looks pretty good. I'm going to make a backup of this. Shove this in here, the backup. Now we can name this apply one backup. All right. Just in case I make a holy mess of this. Let's see here. If I can just grab these. I'm going to move it forward. However, if I just grab it on the Z or the Y axis, it's not going to go. I'll show you. It's not going straight back in because it's kind of angled. But if I hit GG, G is grab, hit GG. Let me get this. I don't use this much, but it did go to set this up. And every time I come in here, it's like turned off. All right. Hit G twice, even though it looks like 4. G twice. And then it will grab them and move them along their attached points, their axis, which is what we want. So that way we can move it straight out, even though it's at an angle. Because once things are angled, you can no longer rely on the cardinal directions or the, and that's not what they're called. But basically your X, Y, and Z chords to like move it straight. It's not moving straight along one of those axes like this because it's tilted. That's a good method to keep things straight. Otherwise, you can spend a lot of time like, okay, well, it's up too far, and I'll drop it back down and drive yourself crazy with it. So that's the hole. It's kind of the indent. Well, a little bit of hole. Because I've got like a bar. Yeah, that's pretty close. All right, so now that we have that, there's two things we can do with this. You know, one is that we can do this with modeling. We could also do this with texturing of a sort, depending on how good you are, if you have something prepped already. So let's, and we're gonna use some tricks to make bits of it transparent. And in theory, we can make, just apply the texture to these faces here. So that those faces will look like what we want. They will look like the wire mesh. Alternately, we can go through and we can delete these faces so that there's actually like a hole. You can see there's a hole inside there, and we put the mesh behind it. And it might look kind of weird. So let's try with a texture first. And I think I already have those inside black. I think it's just those for right now. Yeah. So I already have those faces selected. Might want to remove these side faces so they match up with the rest of the plastic, but it's probably fine for right now. And here I am stuck out in the weeds, worrying about one thing here rather than actually working on the rest of the model. I don't know how well that will work, but let's open up Krita here. To add a thing here. Didn't have one already. Capture cursor. I've never done captured Krita before. Nope. Nope. Doesn't want to do it. Let's get rid of that. I don't know why I didn't plan on this. There we go. Just gonna chop off that bottom. Ugly window bar. I don't need to see that. There we go. I didn't really plan on doing Krita capture, but I really should have. And apparently the game capture doesn't want to capture Krita. What is the easiest way to fill this? I'm no graphical expert. We got some patterns. Let's see if we can find a pattern. Oh, that's interesting. Let's take a look at that. See if we can. Okay, if I don't lose my mouse. Might be a little bit thicker than we want it to be. All right. Won't be small enough. I'm gonna try this. There's probably a better way to do this. You know, this is like a nightmare for the eyes here. Let's select all the white. Nope. So this is, I don't know if I probably mentioned it on here. I've done this before. So in Blender, I got to hold shift and then I can middle click and drag it. And in Krita, it's just middle click. But if you hold shift and middle click, it rotates the canvas. And so I'm going back and forth between the two programs. I'm constantly like accidentally rotating the canvas. Let's spread. What? I want to get less of this stuff. I don't want that in there. There we go. All right. This is pretty wacky. No, I shouldn't say wacky. It's pretty awful. There I go again. I don't need to do that. All right. So let's invert, Control Shift down. Of course, that's what it is. Delete all that out. So now all of those squares are transparent. Let's pick a nice color here that is like a gray. It's like a wire mesh. We can adjust this. We can filter it down once we get in there. Just pick right around there. We can make it darker as need be. Oh. I want to fill with the pattern. We want the color. Okay. That may be darker than we want it to be. So that's a huge pattern here to work with. This will be a texture. These two mesh. All right. Back to the blender. Okay, and let us go through. I'm going to assign to reassign these side walls to be the same plastic as the outside. And you see right now all of this stuff is set to be the black. Inside black is what I called it, which is basically just blacker than black. So that it gives an illusion of space. However, I don't like it to be on all the walls because I want there to be the appearance of an edge. Again, you're probably not going to see this at all. All right. So let's make those the black smooth. Okay. So this is the inside black. We're going to make a new one. Just make a new material. PS2 mesh. All right. Do the shading. To an image texture to start. We will grab PS2 mesh. Set it to repeat. Yep. And you just throw it into color. Oh, you know what? So that's honestly like, that's not bad. We could scale that. We could scale that a little bit. Make that smaller. A finer mesh. Darken it up a little bit. Might be okay with the size of it. It's a little bit bigger. It's like a finer mesh. Honestly, wider openings in the actual thing. Getting some transformation on it. Some stretching. Because we didn't do anything with UV on it. We could just leave that there right now. I want to take the alpha and feed it to alpha. I don't know. I think it's because we are in Eevee. Also, it's all dark outside. So what should be happening is this dark area should be running the alpha on this. Should work. Let's change our rendering. No, it is on cycles. Watch my whole deal implode here. Oh, I don't have any lights. Yep. So that is transparent now. Not that you can really notice so much because there's nothing out there. If I put a light in here, it'd be more obvious. Just doesn't render right now. So we could just leave it at that. We could leave it at that. And essentially when we render this, play around with the lighting a little bit too, but I'm still very much a novice when it comes to lighting. Yeah, see from this angle, you can't even really see it, but that's fine. Depending on the different angle, you might see it. We could darken this with some filters, but I'm going to leave it this way for now. It's probably a little bit... I could also just edit the texture, too, to make it darker. I think the scale might be off on it. Mapping and... Texture coordinate. Oh boy. Do UV as well. And to prevent stretching, what we can do, actually, I don't know if that would. What am I seeing there? Oh, that's the lighting. Boop. Stretching is probably fine, but I'm going to do this anyway. Let's project from view. And that's way too big. Way too big. Because this is repeating, I can just scale this up however large I want it. Can make that mesh as fine as we like. See how that grabs you. Ooh, it's not a very good... Not very good on the repeating. Doesn't perfectly repeat because I did not take the time and care to make this a perfect repeating pattern. But as a test, that kind of works. That kind of works. It's not really using much more geometry. Let's just get rid of that. Let's see here. No, not that. Where is UV maps? Now we have a bunch of different UV maps. Oh boy. Everything's got it now. Oh, we just made a big mess of all this stuff. Just take it back. Just take it back. Just gonna get rid of those. We'll leave that for now. We'll leave that for now. I can go through and make that image better. In a repeating pattern, or actually like look at something. What is this? Oh, it's because I'm in edit mode. Like, why is there a line there? Now, another way we can do this is to add a plane. Let's just bring it up here so we can work on this. We take this plane and I'm in edit mode, and we'll just put a bunch of cuts in it. Let's see here. Let's make this real fine. Finer than we need to. 35. And then another 35 on this side. Okay, so we got a perfect grid here. And we'll go to, I want to say it's edge. Unsubdivide. Down here, we'll take this down to 1. All right. And so we got now this cross section. We could clean up some of the edges. They're not complete. And then we can add wireframe modifier to this. There we go. And we could adjust this wireframe. Let's see, thickness. Yeah, we could take that thickness way down, or make that thickness, make it real thick. Real thick and juicy. You can see down at the edges here, this is the kind of stuff I'm talking about when you're working with modifiers. There's no clamp on this. See, the edges are like spilling out. So not that thick. Better to be thin. We can get real thin with it. Now you've got this mesh. And you could clean this up so that it, you know, looks a little bit better on repeat. You could make an array out of it to fill as much space as you want. So that's another way you could do this. And then you would just take this and, you know, jam it down in there behind everything. But I want to do that. Not right now, anyway. I might revisit that later. And the only reason I don't want to do that is, you know, then all that stuff is just more geometry shoved in here. If I can just do this with a texture, darken this up a little bit, it'll probably be fine for my purposes. If you want to get real exacting with it, you can go hog wild, man. Some people make this stuff and they'll model the case where it splits apart. They'll model the circuit board inside and all the components. And it's like, that's real cool. There's value to doing that. I don't need that for my purposes. Nobody's ever going to see the inside of this with those. All right. Another thing I want to do is I want to round the edges on these cuts a little bit, because they are a little bit rounded. So let's go and edit the bools for those. And that's that. I noticed a couple of things when I looked at this during the week and over the weekend. Number one, my file name is PS1. I meant to type PS2 space 1. I typed PS11. So that'll confuse me down the line. Two, I called these controllers. These are the memory card slots. I called it the controller board. Controller bool. Which is very odd. But that's because everything else was called the door bool. What is the deal with these? Why did I... Two, I think one of them has... I think I started beveling these, didn't I? Yeah. So that's 01. What's that? So I do have some of these with a bevel on them, but I think I just beveled them and applied it. Might be trouble. Let's just see what those look like. If I change the bevel on this. The same about a child with cancer in the band church. None of them have a cure. We'll get the child with cancer end of it, but do churches have a cure normally? Is that, or is maybe that's a term I'm not familiar with, like to refer to like the crowd in them. Yeah, we did door bowl. Let's change that to door 01. All right, I like that pattern. Some roundiness on there. Not too severe. Pretty good. Pretty good. Okay. Then we got power buttons. Bring our reference images back. Not that one, though. Not you. We'll need to make this thing too, which I've got some ideas for. You can just model that outright. I could just make a chunk there. You could just apply a texture on that and lose all dimensionality. You could put something solid there and apply, just like I did with those grills, a texture that has transparency on it, but then if you looked at it from the side, you would not see, you know, the edges of it. I haven't looked at it yet, an SVG of this, and you can import that and then convert it to an object and extrude that. It's small and relatively minor, and it's going to stick onto the end of this. It's not going to be part of it, so it shouldn't affect, at least the way I have it, the geometry of this piece here. So it should be okay that it's a horrible mess. As SVGs, just like the text, their topography is, or topology, I always want to call it topography. The topology is often horrendous when converting to an object. And we'll see that when I'll make this thing too. They're often terrible when you can make them into an object. And you could go through and clean it up there's a lot of things you can do to clean it up and try and fit it in right. Still make it look good. Ends up being a lot of manual stuff. I've seen some tips that are like, oh, you just use these modifiers and adjust them. But every time I try and do that, like I tried to simplify it or remesh or whatever, and it just ends up like crushing the thing down to a single vertex. So I'm gonna do that. Let us add a cube. What I'm gonna do, since these buttons are, grab PS2 here. The buttons are the same size, but they're not the same. The power/reset button is flat. It's raised up just a little bit above the edge. The eject button angles out a little bit, but that's fine. We can easily make that happen with one thing, and then we'll duplicate it. We'll do that so that we know they're pretty much the same size. They're lined up. And then we'll likely duplicate those when we're happy with the size of the button. Do something slightly larger to make the bowl of it. So let's add a cube. Slide on over. Maybe a little bit. Yeah, that's probably pretty good. Probably pretty good. All right. Reference images out of there. Bring that back. Oh boy. So this will be the power button, and the reset button will follow. And that pokes just a little bit out, and that's probably a good depth for this. Okay. And we will Z, just drop that down, because that pretty much lines up with the, whoa, sorry for the bumping, it's all interconnected here. Just eyeballing this, yep. I'm looking at this now. Maybe this should be bigger. Power button. Let's delete that. Power button actually. It's pretty close. Yeah, it's just slightly smaller than the gap between the top and bottom here. We'll make the Boolean a little bit bigger than that on all sides. And that should leave us enough room for the zoning. That's fine. We'll apply this stuff later. And then the bottom is basically the same, but the bottom. The eject, I should say. Shift D and Z. Great. Then I'll need some kind of cleanup probably. Just caught my eye on this. That will be fine. Yep, okay. All right, those are probably decent. Let's duplicate that. Where are these going? Call that buttons for now. I will split this after the fact. Once I am happy with where everything's set up, I'll split these into two separate objects. Solely so that if I wanted to animate it in the future, I could manipulate the buttons separately without messing with the mesh. You just grab the object and shift it along an axis. Here's two buttons. Bool. Put this in the bool folder. Put this one up. PS2. Okay. And these probably have a little bit of a bevelly edge to them as well. I get real close. I don't know. Put a light on this. Not much, real slight. Still gonna do it. Shine like a flashlight in there, which of course I then shone directly into my retinas. Delightful. Okay. So let's bring these up. Nope. Set origin to geometry. Probably good. You can cheat. These don't have to be totally great. So here's what I'm going to do. I won't cheat. Let's set this to 3D cursor. Let's grab a face. That face is good. Shift S. Cursor to selected. Let's go ahead and hide the buttons, just so I'm not accidentally selecting them. Okay. And then scale Z0. And then we will, this is getting real fiddly, but that's what I want. So essentially what I'm doing is I'm setting the 3D cursor to a reference point and then shifting the tops and bottoms of these to that point so that in theory, once we apply the Boolean, it'll cut straight in at the edges of that. No higher, no lower. It's always reassuring to see the thing actually move when you perform this kind of operation. Oop, make sure that's not the wrong one. Yep, there we go. Because if you don't see it move, like that, you see it move just ever so slightly, you may think that it's not, let's put this back to the old origin. It's not actually working, when in fact it is. All right. And then we'll add another Boolean. We're running real thick on the modifiers here. It's 2-button bool. And then we can hide that. And right where they touch, I may create some geometry. So I may want to make those slightly less. I don't know though. Well, no, it's gonna have to do that anyway. That one's fine. That one's fine. It's fine. Even if it creates some new lines, there should be all right. It's crazy how, like, I don't know. It must be, is it just like the first material? It is the first material. Whenever I'm booleaning this stuff and then the texture it fills in is like something else. Like, well, at least I know where the Boolean is happening. There's just this weird stuff going on here. Well, there's the mesh. Yeah, it's pretty fine mesh. Big holes. Probably bigger holes than that. So it's pretty nuts. Still happy with it though. All right. Buttons, buttons, buttons. So we've got buttons and they've got some wiggle space, a bit of wiggle room, as they should. Those are going to get rounded edges too. Yeah, not that. Let's bevel these edges ever so slightly. Oh Lord, that is quite some beveling. It's quite some beveling on these bad boys. Is this a bevel or a subdivide? What madness is this? Oh. No, that shouldn't matter. It's just because of the size. All right. Let's do some more segments here. Actually, even though this will create grief for us later, let's change this at that angle to weight. As long as I remember to clear these weights before we apply the modifier. All right. Just want a little bit of roundness here. Be easier to see if we're looking at this view. That's very small. I like things to look real nice and smooth. But then the problem is, I end up adding a bunch of extra segments. That's probably good, because it's not real noticeable. Maybe like that. Just puts a little bit of a round edge on that. Whoa! Whoa, that one went absolutely crazy there. That get turned inside out somehow? What's going on with that? Oh, it looks like it did. Maybe. What is this? Well, what are you doing here? Every time I do something, it doesn't respond for 3 seconds. I'm like, oh God, did I save? Let's hide this. Why is that freaking out? What's wrong with you? Turn it all crazy inside out. Oh Lord, what have I done? I'm so confused by this. Like, one end of it is like, this is fine. This is not. This is not fine. Is it just too low? That must be it. That shouldn't be any lower than that. Just bring this up ever so slightly. Huh. Just want it to be tiny, tiny. Oh, don't want that. Oh, this is so bizarre. It's like, it's either too high or too low. For some reason, some oddball reason, it's going hog wild with this. It does not like this intersection. Just too close. I think that does it. I just didn't want to take it too far. I can always take this and like forcibly lower it down to be the same after the fact. Because I didn't want to add noticeable like lip here. See, there's like a noticeable lip there, but I can always take this, just suck that down. It'll be fine. Weird that it did that. Didn't do it up here. Or is this the same thing? Did it not actually scale that? Because it's not changing this, but that one, bottom one did. Very, very peculiar. Very peculiar. Oh well. Okay. So let's take the buttons. Let's go to a top view here. And what I'm going to want to do is I'm going to cut some loops into this and add a little lip that will kind of fill in that area where there's a gap. And I just start off with one. Yeah, so it needs to be inside. Inside this enough. Nope, that was right the first time. Just enough to simulate the edge of the plastic. So we'll call it there. And this button itself doesn't have to be super duper thick. Now this is going to intersect, but it will be fine. I think we'll be fine. I'll put one here. And I'll go back to active element. And then we can move all of these so they are equal. All right. Let's see how well this works. Extrude, escape, Alt S to scale. Head on view. All right. That's probably good. Okay. I think that's good. I could, if I wanted to, be extra careful. I could, to prevent these from colliding, also apply a Boolean for these buttons themselves so that this will actually cut in that section. But I think I'm fine. And in fact, in this Boolean, I could be much smaller. Contend with it, but I'm just going to leave it. Just change that later. All right. Now we've got the eject button. Actually, it's the bottom that is poking out. So these are really should be closer than that, shouldn't they? Let's put that closer. They're very close. They're not exactly there, but they're so close that it's going to look weird if they jut out a whole bunch. Okay. And then this is angled out. Ever so slightly. Like just enough. Just enough. Maybe too much. Look. Okay. Well, we can always come back. We always come back and make that different. Okay. Now, let's apply, or not apply, but let's add a bevel to this bad boy. I'll do the same thing, the weight. And just kind of round out these edges. Nope, not you, boys. Nope. Damn you, X-ray. All right. Six. That's probably good. Probably. Yeah. Probably okay. All right. Well, let's put a material on these. Going to put the black smooth on it, but we're actually going to duplicate that. buttons. Ugh, that normal is bad at this scale. Don't really need. I don't want the normal so much on that. I don't want that to be really normal at all. Let's just disconnect that for now. Think about whether or not I actually even want that. But what I do want is some image texture. So, prepared a texture for this earlier. Should be in here. Look at that thing. Here we go. Try something interesting with this. The factor. We need texture coordinate, not image coordinate. Texture coordinate. Go to the UV editing. Check from view. Okay. Is that great? Oh, nope. Okay. And that is being a little bit bigger. I think that's pretty good. I don't think I quite matched the font up, but I think I'm all right with it. Why is it just an outline on that? Why is it doing that? Why? That's probably the mix is maybe in the wrong order. Maybe not. No, this all looks okay. Maybe it's scaled too much. Might be bigger than I want it to be. You'll see it repeating down there, but oop. Looks pretty good. Looks pretty good. We just got to set this to not repeat. Just click. Let's mix these up. There we go. Nice and solid. All right. Yeah, the font's not perfect on this. So what am I going to do is It's gonna get messy here. To load up a new texture, which is the same texture, but just mapped out. So everything that's pure black will get ignored. Everything that's white will be affected by this. We're actually going to feed this into emission. I know it's kind of weird because it's linked up now, but when I separate these, I'll be able to control them both separately. I need this UV here, and I want a I want color wheel, probably color ramp. Yep. Color, and then this will go to emission color. I might want to go back and make those darker in the original texture. I wanted them to stand out somewhat, and I think I can darken those up quite a bit. So this is how I'm going to do the LEDs on it. This is one way to do it. The other way to do it, which is what I normally do when I'm making these models, and I want to try something different now, is I would make a cylinder that is the LED and like jam it in there. Make a little Boolean and shove the LED inside. Make it a glass material, and then pick an inside face, usually like the back, and then have that do the emission. And this will usually look pretty good, but I want to try this out. If I was doing something, a bigger production, that's probably what I do. But for what I use this for, which is just like, it just sticks on the screen. I'll show you something real quick here. We'll take a brief interlude from this. I can show you something else I've been working on. We don't need that right now. I don't need double music. This is something that I just wrapped up. And also, this isn't perfect, so please don't judge my Xbox 360 Elite. The old fat boy. I'll have to like revisit this. I'm not sure I quite like how it sits there, but so this is like you'll laugh at me probably. When originally I was placing the Xbox 360 in the scene over here, I was like, well, I'll stand it up. And that way you can see more of it, and then I can make the disk drive eject, and it won't cause other issues. Because if I put, like right now, if it ejects, it starts to cause some layering, if you want to peek behind the curtain, some layering issues, because it will eject into my arm a little bit, and it's like I can't even really get over there. You can see I'm chopping through my desk right now. I'm kind of sliding behind it. Maybe it's not that big of a deal. I never get over there anyway. But I'll have to redo the way I do things, because this is like a transparent image that is actually for the video. This video of it powering on is like a very specific resolution of height and width, so that I can make a video that is not the full resolution here, right? So it's a much smaller file, but it has to be a specific aspect ratio between those 2 points, which is not, I'd basically just have to trial and error it, because the calculation is like 1 to 1.782, never evens out to even numbers. Basically what I have to do is I have to go through play that again. just because I want to see it. I have to go through like trial and error, and once I have settled on like, okay, this is the right size, then that's set in Blender as a render window, or I have a script to render, so I can render out just the 360 with no background, and then use that for the animations. Well, the disk drive extends past that. It was taller than that too. Either way, it was like, I'm gonna have to expand this render region and redo all this math. Well, I'm like, I'll stand it up on its end. It'll be great. And then you can't see like the top with the vent and the hard drive. And I'm like, I don't know, I'm kind of proud of that. Like I'm pretty happy with how that end of it turned out. You're not gonna see that at all if I stand it up. You're just gonna see the front, which I'm less excited about. It's a little bit thin in the middle. It looks like it's melted a little bit. I want to run this one more time. Just like seeing this. It took a lot of back and forth when I was animating this to try and get the timing just close enough on these LEDs on the 360 while it powers up. I was going to wait until I actually was playing a 360 game to unveil this, but I want to see it. And this is how long my Xbox 360 takes to get through this process, too. All the timing on this is entirely based on a recording I made of it. And now you're playing with it. Well, it would be on. It's a magic trick with a bunch of layered stuff here that makes that go on. I can't even fit it on the shelf. It's too big. It's too big to go on the shelf and back, which is crazy. Like, try to put back there and it's just precariously hanging off, so it just kind of hangs out somewhere. you won't see it. But yeah, that's how, like, there's a light ring in there, and the ring is a glass material in Blender, and then a back face of it that's inside has an emission, so that it kind of refracts through the glass. It's so small, it's so tiny, you can't really see it. You know, if I bring the NES out, that's just a cube. That's just a cube that is like shoved in there that has an emission that goes from black to red. So if I power that on, you can see like it's a cube that's just a solid cube that emits light. It's not like glass material doing anything fancy like that. And that looks fine. That looks totally fine. I think the Super Nintendo and the PlayStation are the same way. I'm just showing off my junk here that is not like so great. I need to be super proud of it. Super Nintendo always looks weird and off to me, and it looks like it's too thin. But depending on the angle, it looks fine. I'm looking at it, it looks fine. Maybe it's just because I don't have a game in it. Is it too wide? Is that what it is? The middle part too wide? I mean, that I could fix. Well, it's excited. This angle is not the best for things anyway. Everything looks weird at this angle. Yeah, that's just I never noticed this before, like the game. I have to redo that. I just noticed that the game is like chopped out of the top of it because it comes from too far away. Anyway. So I like to try different things with this to have different ways to run this, and I like having a glass material that you can adjust its light refraction and have some light behind it, because that's what you're actually looking at. But most of the time, like, for what you see, for what I'm using it for, you're never even gonna notice. It's just gonna look like a little light. It's not even gonna come through. So I'm trying this now. So basically, I just have another texture image that is the same as this, but the light is pure white and everything else is pure black. And so if I change this to, let's just make this a red, Nice deep red color. If I adjust the strength, those should emit. And so now that spot there is emitting this red light. Put it about 25. 25 is pretty bright-ish. Less than that, and it kind of washes the color out. You can darken the color, but I think it looks pretty good. The issue is, like, those will be taken care of when I am satisfied with the setup of these and I split these into two separate pieces. Then this will have its own texture. It'll have its own deal, its own day in court, so to speak, so that light will be separate. Because I want to say the light on the eject button, I don't think it's even like a disk access light. I want to say that light just flashes when you open and close the tray, and then that's it. It doesn't do anything else. I think there's an LED inside this area. Possibly. That lights up for the hard drive, but I don't know. I've never seen it. Hard drive or network activity. Somewhere in there, possibly. I haven't seen it. Or I just haven't noticed. But if we go to render this, it's dark enough. You know, see, it's got a nice little glow to it. But basically just doing that. I think I can adjust some other things so that emission will actually, like, if I get high enough with it, it'll actually light up other stuff possibly. But it's got to get pretty high. Let's do 500. It's like blazing like the sun in there. Yeah, it's not really. It's right. Well, you can sort of see it. You see this little red here. This little red here that's reflecting. But like the way the light is coming off of that. The other way you can do it, that I have seen people do, is that they'll just slip a light inside of there. They'll make it glass and just put a light right there, which is pretty funny. We can examine that because now I'm curious. I haven't done it that way. Oh, the button looks pretty good. All the plastic, all the smooth plastic needs a little bit of grunging up, I think. Needs a little razzle dazzle on that. Pretty happy with that. The font I know is not totally correct. Now I'm going to take a look. When I did the PlayStation, divert away from this for a second and see, because I just noticed when I did the PS1, I don't remember why. I think I used the same font, but I may have used a slightly different one. Problem is I have a lot of these fonts that I found, and most of them don't have, a lot of them don't have names that are like, hey, PlayStation font. I think the PlayStation font is like, Zernick. It's people trying to recreate fonts that are either custom things or some expensive paid thing. I haven't heard anyone discuss this, but I'm always curious. As we live in a world where everyone wants to get paid, right? Don't fault them for that, right? But that usually just means they're not going to let you use it, like music, right? If I try and play something. Oh, I stopped all my music again. You know, you want to play some copyrighted music, and it's just going to get like, either they will monetize your video and they'll get money for it and you won't, or you'll get a strike and then be like, it's a warning, and you get a couple more of these and you're kicked off the platform, or you just have to go through and mute the audio, right? Well, like, fonts are a licensed thing too, and I'm willing to bet that there's a lot of people out there who just like will not grab fonts and maybe don't have the rights to use them in their projects. But I've never seen anyone be like, yeah, I got a DMCA because I use this font. I've never seen anyone discuss the issue at all. So maybe like the font people just aren't out there looking for it. PS1, PS1. This may be the same. No, this is the same font. It is the same font. And it is like, okay, it's not really, probably really hard to find font that was used. It is like, when you're looking for these old products like this, people will try and match them up. And there's quite a lot of people in the typography community who like to talk about different fonts and find stuff that's suitable, and then they'll try to direct you to, like, it's great. You can go in there and like, hey, I'm looking for this font that's used on this. Here's a picture. And people are like, you know, this one's pretty close. Here you go. It's like, wow. How do you know that? How do you have that knowledge? But a lot of times fonts on these products are either something that was put together in-house or is a licensed font you're not going to find for free out there on the internet. And someone will make a font to try and replicate that. If they can't find the actual font type that was used for that, they'll try and replicate it. But there's always some parts that are different. Like the R is different. This little like leg that pokes out, I'm not super fond of. But that's about it. Everything else looks pretty good. It was more apparent to me on the PlayStation buttons. If I can open that up again, let's see if I can bring that critter back in. Let me open these back up. It'll be easier if I just show them in this, I think. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I can show you on the PS1. I think I have a picture of the PS1. Yeah. And bring in this other one. This buttons image. Great. Give me a sec here. Okay. So looking at this, you can see the O is like the really big one. W is pretty good. And the P, they have a particular look, and the O is like very particular. And to me, like the O, particularly on like the open, is very, very close. That's close enough that from a distance, like it's not. Like that looks quite perfect for me. Now this is a different font than this font. That's a Zernick font you can find out there. And this is a font, a separate font as well. You can make the Sony logo. And they're all probably closed off or fan made. This font is Free Sans. And it's pretty close. It's pretty close. I end up using it for a lot of stuff just because of like it's very basic looking and I like it. That's close. But the R is just not quite there. Because the R in this just kind of like comes back down. Now this may not be the same thing as what was used on the PS2. It looks very similar in the photos. Bring up my reference images again. It's very similar, but I tried searching for this, and part of the trouble is when you're searching for this stuff and you're like, what was the font used for PS2? You'll find people talking about the PS2 BIOS, the fonts used in PS2 games, the fonts used on PS2 cases. Not a lot of people talk about, hey, what was this? This doofy button here. You know, they don't care. Apparently. Where am I going? Now, it's probably that same font used over here, because there's that big wide O. Just want to make these. I have to make this too. And the Magic 8, there's a font for that as well. So when I've been going through these, I've been going through and like changing out lettering to say, like, you know, the Jum Station, you know, the Jamendo instead of the Nintendo, the Jamendo product. Because I don't know if these companies, if I throw this out there and it says like Sony, PlayStation, if they're gonna like, hey, now you gotta take that down. So it's like, well, okay, well, I'll make this and everyone's gonna get what it is. It's representative, it's maybe not perfect. But I'll just change this. So this is like the JS2 and the Jum Station 2. And I'm like, yeah, that'll be separate. And then the more I thought about it, I'm like, actually, it may be worse if you go around putting your own name on something that is clearly theirs and be like, I don't know what you're talking about. This is a legally distinct generic video game console. This is the Drummington Dynamic Jum Station 2. What, PlayStation 2? Never heard of it. Sony? No, this is a Boney. It's a Boney product. So I did that like the Xbox. This is J-Box instead of Xbox. Like, there we go. It's good enough. I also ended up relenting on this, and we'll see how this comes out. But I ended up relenting on the lettering for this. See, this is that Zernick font. Very, very representative. You've got the separation on the P and A and everything. Close enough. But I ended up making that a Boolean as well. They don't have to be this gigantic, but it makes it easier for me to see. They don't have to be this gigantic. You don't have to make it all of this dead empty space here. I had gone through with textures the same way this texture here is just applied as a bump map, which gives it the illusion of geometry that it doesn't actually have. It just contorts the lighting to make it appear to have these bumps. I can put a black texture or all white, black with all white, however you want to do it, of just this logo on here, and then do the same thing I did with this. And it works mostly. But I didn't like it. It looked kind of chunky, and I couldn't quite get it to look smooth. This looks nice and smooth. I couldn't quite get the edges to look smooth. Where there was a gradient on it, it would look a little bit rough. But if there wasn't a gradient, it would look very pixelated. But ultimately, it's such a minor thing. What I didn't like about it was this inside here doesn't have this texture on the real PlayStation 2. It's smooth inside. And so anything I did would give the appearance of an engraving, but it would also have this texture on it. And I was like, I just can't stand for that. Can't stand for it. So, yeah. All right. We got controller ports. We got this. I'm coming up on a point where I should be applying some of these things so I can continue on that avenue. I think I'm going to do that. We're going to apply some of these things and then move forward from there. I'm trying to think what else. We got a bunch of stuff in the back. I'm going to come back to it. And then we've got the seam line going on. And I think I may need to... I don't think so. No, I was thinking I may need to bring this forward a little bit, but I don't think so. I think we're good on that. I think that's all good. I need to put the seam where the two halves of the case fit together. I'm going to do that with a Boolean as well. There's just a lot of Booleans on this, and it feels kind of like the easy way out. And it really is. Even when it's work, it's the easy way out. It's easier than going through and manually like adding extra geometry, extra lines to this. Even though ultimately that's what the Boolean is going to do. It's going to add extra geometry. But most of my issue is that I do not have a great enough handle over this to, say, reroute these edge loops around or something so that I can make something better on the back here. That'll just be easier for me to Boolean out a back panel and shove fans and stuff in that. And the same thing for these lines. The same thing for this, because otherwise, you know, you end up with like this line through. Now, that ultimately those lines should be there. Those vertexes should be there for good topology. And there's ways you can deal with that too. I don't know how well any of those work because I don't deal with it much. Because once I get something that works, I just kind of shuffle it off to the pile. Like, oh, this is good enough. But ideally, like, this shouldn't just be like these giant faces like this. However, it does cut down on the amount of polygons involved on this. You could probably cut this even further. There's a lot of tricks that are beyond my capability at the time where people will, like, you look at the actual, like, go into edit mode and look at the actual polygons on it. And then you turn on the texture and it's like, wow, that looks completely different just because they've very carefully textured things and they've avoided putting any extra cuts and things. I can't do that. I'm not cool enough for that. So let's duplicate this, another pre-apply, and then we'll apply this. And I'll likely have to go through, I'm not going to apply the bevel. And I may have to go through and set some edges to not be that. In fact, let's do that now because I did put that button bool in. And that has this bevel modifier. So the easiest way for me to do this is to Shift D, make a duplicate of that, where the Boolean is not applied. And then on this one, apply the Boolean, and then I will go into edit mode, select everything, and then set the bevel weight to 0. So that way, when this Boolean gets applied on this, it doesn't add line bevel weights to this. And let's check the other Booleans we have and make sure that those also don't have those. So go in edit mode on this. I think those might be all applied. You know, easier to just go in. Okay, that looks okay. Okay, that one's good. Controller port, which one is it? Are we using controller port pre-applies 002? I don't want to deal with that. And then USB plate bool, which I already looked at. Pre-apply 2. Well, it ain't pre-applied. So let's just name this. Controller bool 2. What's the difference between them? Ah, that's why. I went back and adjusted this. It's a little bit wider. And one of the big reasons I adjusted this was that I noticed this curve. You kind of want it to start, if I can get an angle good enough to see this curve here. Oh, it just got to work. Good for you. You're working hard for your money. You're working hard or hardly working. Sorry. I'm sure you're working hard. You always said good work. Yeah, work ethic. So this curve here, I wanted it to start at this line and not above it. Because if it starts above it, then this here gets a weird curve to it. That may or may not be the right choice. Because I'm also going to want to smooth this around out afterwards. I may have to do some finagling on these parts that are left behind because they're overhang. But the initial one that I made, the curve started up here, so this was like cut into a little bit. This actually curved in, and that's just a bunch of extra cleanup work. So let's make sure that, yep, see, it's gonna bevel weight on that. Let's get rid of the bevel weight on those so that it doesn't leave it in its place. And I already checked those, and the USB plate should be good. We'll check it anyway. I think I already took care of that and cleaned up some other stuff. Yep, I did. I took care of that right at the top. Okay. So now we're good. Now I'm going to back this up. This will be our pre-apply 2. Yep. A whole bunch to apply here. Pre-apply 2. We will shove that up here. Always make sure, if you're doing renders, click the camera. The eye is whether or not it's visible in the viewport. And you may get rid of that and think, I'm good, but the camera's still there. I do this with Booleans a lot, and then I go to render an image to see what it looks like, and there's like a bunch of Booleans sticking out of it, like the thing just got stabbed by 20 plastic objects. Make sure you click that camera. And we'll go through and we will apply these and see what, if anything, shatters from this. Except for the bevel. I'm not going to touch that bevel. Because, like, that'll break a bunch of stuff. So this is the doors, which is the 2 memory card slots. No, those are the controllers. What am I... I'm going insane here. Those are the controller ports. They're labeled controller ports. Did I rename them? I must have. I must have renamed them because I think I called these. Got myself so turned around. I was talking like right at the start how I named these wrong, and I think I just misremembered that. If I went back and watched the original video, I'll probably see that I had named these memory card instead of controller port, and I had to rename them. And then when I started this one up, I was like, these are wrong somehow, and I just jumped it all in. Yes, these are the controller ports. These are the memory card doors, and the DVD drive door. It's the door bool. Broken so far. Well, it's fine. If whatever breaks, it's gonna break. So those are pretty good. Well, yeah, we will have to go through and adjust the the shading for these. Bevel, leave it alone. This is the controllers. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I'm gonna go back. Before I apply that, right? And I'm going to change this from controller bool 2 to controller bool. And what's up with the controller bool? Am I going crazy? Oh no. I was doing this in the wrong thing. I was applying everything to the wrong thing. That's why nothing looked like anything. All right. Make sure it's applying it to my pre-apply. There we go. The door, controller, plate. Okay, good. I was wondering. I'm glad I caught that. Otherwise, well, not such a big deal. This looks fine. I'm going to change this back to the controller, the first one. So first you can see like this weird little curve going on here. And I don't want that because that would have to be straightened out. But also, we've got bevel weights on these lines. So just to show you, and I'll undo all this, why that was an issue, not just the curve, but those bevel weights, because I have this bevel modifier. Let's apply this. And you see these? Did you see that? This stuff. This weird thing sticking out the side here. And if I go into edit mode on this, it's the bevel. Like that's not a line I can select. That doesn't actually exist right now. It's entirely because of the bevel. Because now when I booleaned that object and this object had line weight set, you can sort of see this thicker line here. And that's got a 0.08 bevel weight on it. And now that line goes all the way up there. Well, that's not the only one. There's a bunch of these lines that have bevels and weights assigned to them that now like extends out into this thing and creates all kinds of havoc on it. And you can fix that by clearing the bevel weights off of your bool object before you apply the Boolean. It's weird that none of this stuff shows up, but that's because these lines don't actually exist and aren't actually being affected by any of these other modifiers until it's applied. So it'll look fine, and then you apply it, and you'll get these weird funky bits. You're like, why is this here? Why is this here? If I go through these lines, grab all of those lines, and I think this will take care of it. I think I grabbed enough. And boom, it's gone. You know, I reduced the bevel weight on all of those, and that weird funkiness is gone there. But I don't want this shape because it's got the curve and it's wrong. There we go. So we want the updated Control and Bool 2. And we'll apply that. And you may have seen like this line here stopped being Booleaned, even though it has beveled, even though it has a bevel weight. So we've got like a duplicate line going on here, which is we could probably clean this up. Yeah, you see this weird too close line there. The line here that goes all the way in, and then this tiny little line here. So what we can do, take a break from applying all these things. Is, in theory, we can combine this and let's see here. I want to combine these lines. We may have to do something crazier here. Let's put a point on this. Okay, and then we'll merge those. Let's make it a little bit funky. We'll merge at last. So now that line is interconnected to this line. And then we will take these 2 points here. Make sure we merge the right ones. Merge at last. And there, that bevel's back. And we'll have to do the same thing on the other sides. We also have this I'm going to set this active element scale Z0. There we go. And that was just the that weirdness. The reason I did that is that it could cause some goofy issues that this was like slightly higher. Probably didn't need to be done. But we can see like this bevel broke on that edge because we had weird duplicate lines. So let's get over here and we'll take care of this one too. So we've got dupes there. What I want to do first is I want to select this line. Control R. You could also go to edge and subdivide. Control R will do the same thing. You'll see that little yellow dot there that we won't really see right now because we're in edge mode. But if I go to vertex mode, you'll see it. That's an edge loop is basically what it's creating. It's probably may or may not be the correct thing to do. Maybe subdivide would be better. There's no way to just like, hey, put a vertex here, like you might think. There's functions that will create vertexes. That's like that. I have watched people who their sculpting methodology is to add a plane, which just has 4 vertexes, merge all those vertexes into a single vertex, and then draw out the shape of what they're going to make just by extruding that single vertex. So just like extrude it out. Okay, here's an edge, extrude it another way. And they'll just extrude out and then fill the spaces and after the fact. You can build some pretty complex stuff, but that is like, that's pretty crazy. It's like those 3D printer pens, if you've ever seen those. Like you could get a 3D printer and print that, or you could get a 3D printer pen and draw the thing in 3 dimensions with molten plastic. And that seems pretty nuts. But some people do stuff. Anyway, so now we've created that point. We need to create that point because on this edge, there's no vertex. Or at least there wasn't before. There was no vertex for this vertex to attach to. And so we want that to be attached to this. That'll help clear this up so that there's not a duplicate line there. So we'll merge at last, which is that one selected. We'll go ahead and do this part 2. Scale Z0. It just brings that just a tiny bit down, and then we will get this one. Make sure we select these in the right order. That one, and then this one. Merge at last. And now we've got our bevel back. And we're likely going to have the same stuff up top here going on because you can see this bevel. All of these lines have had bevel weights set to them. Oh, not online mode. So it's got a bevel weight set to it, but it's not being beveled because there's something funky going on where the Boolean happened. And then you'll get that. That's usually what happens if you already have some geometry going on here and you put a Boolean in and it's real close. You'll get like a duplicate that's just off. So it doesn't like just automatically do stuff. There's like a little bit of work to do into it. But it's a hell of a lot easier than trying to do the stuff manually, at least for me. I don't know, I'm just being like lazy town. I'm going to try this. Subdivide. 1. It shouldn't do anything differently. Oh, I don't want F1. 1. Okay. Merge at last, and that's fixed. And then we'll this and scale Z0. And that just brings it down ever so slightly there. And then the other side. And then these should be okay. It should be okay until we need to do something else to them when we find out what else is broken. 2 for line mode. I know there's a shortcut for subdivide as well. It's like Control 2, something like that, but I can never remember what it is because I usually don't do that. Yep, that one there. And you'll know you're selecting, in this instance, the correct one because it highlights the lines they're coming from. And this line just kind of goes out that way. You can't even really see it because it's obscured in other stuff. But this is the line that you can sort of see. You can see this line clearly. You can sort of see that. So that's, you want to select that one last. In this instance, you could also select it first and merge it first. Either or. So we got those. Let's take a look at these. That looks okay. That's a pretty straight shot in there for both of these. It didn't really curve around that, so that should be okay. It may get jacked if we try to put a bevel on these outer edges. We may see some serious shit. Pardon my French. Okay, so then right here, same deal. All right, I can see this line is causing us grief. And this will ever so slightly, very imperceptibly. Oh yeah, the power inject buttons, yeah. I'm going to show you that lighting up a little bit. Put a little trick on that. Those are just textures. It's just text images that I put together. But if I go into the shading for this, I can make these light up. And basically all I've done is I've used, let's find the buttons. So this is the image texture the buttons are on, and I've just moved the UV map to take both of these, cuts down the amount of images I need. And I just drew the slide in. I'm going to go through and recolor this later if I keep it this way because they're like more noticeable than I want them to be. This should be darker. It's hard to simulate because they're like clear plastic light pipes on there, but because they're surrounded by black plastic, when there's no light on, they just look pretty well black. So I'm just going to darken those up. And I still want them to be somewhat noticeable, but they are what they are. I may even slap that into a bump map on that to depress them ever so slightly. Maybe. I don't think I'll need to. They're pretty well flush. But that image is mirrored by this, which is an emission map for this, so that when I feed this image into the emission color, anything that is pure white will be affected by the emission. It will emit white light, and everything that's black will be ignored. And then I can use this color ramp to change that pure white to red. And so if I pump the strength up, those will light up. Now, once I separate them, because they have different colors on them, and go up there, you can crank that way up. Now, because of where they're sitting in that, they don't really spit a lot of light out, and I could do things differently to make it actually put out light to light up the area, but I'm really gonna mess with that. But the lights light up separately, and then I would need probably, if I was doing animation work on this, I mean, I could just go in and change this. I could change between, I could go really extreme and just change between two different shaders, but I could also just put a color mix in this and have a separate color ramp that turns the white to green. And then just like alter that, go back and forth between green and red, because it's red when it's off, but it has power. And then I think it's either green or blue. I forget. Of course, I don't have power plugged into it right now because I need to pick it up, move it around, and eyeball it. All right. There we go. So we got some problems here. And they're pretty much exactly the same as what we were just dealing with. got like a little bit of cutting going on here. And that's because this is rounded out. And I can fix that. I can fix all of that pretty easily. So what we're going to do first is we're going to grab... Is there even a vertex to grab there? There has to be. I'm just not far enough out. Right. Grab this vertex. And this vertex. And... Yep, just those for right now. And I'm going to grab this one last. I'm going to shift that over. So we still have the active element, which is where one was last. Scale X0. And then I'll just slide that over so that's nice and flat. You won't even notice anything weird in here because it's so small. But just keeps this outer area flat. And then we're going to take... We've got the edge up top here. Oh boy. It's getting obnoxious to look at. So we've got this edge here, and we're just going to right down here. And there's no vertices in the middle, just like the last one. I'm just going to Control R. We're going to put that there. And that's fine. And then we will select this and merge at last. Now it's getting kind of funky because we've got basically two lines that are now Siamese twinned right in the middle. I'm going to merge those at last, and that brings back that. And then we're going to take this back one, and we're going to scale Z0 to make that nice and straight with everything else. And now we have our bevel back there. Let's take a look at this. This should be fine. Anywhere where it's like straight back should be fine. At least in terms of how this weirdness is happening. Okay, and then we got this one here. It's also acting funky. Get up in there. Get up in that face meat. No, I'm talking about face meat. Everybody likes face meat. The comic that I read. Oh, we want to get these. Right. Yep. 0. Flatten that out. There's a comic that I read where some people work in a robot repair shop, and somebody was talking about having to repair someone's face. And they're like, I would get all up in them face meats. And then you two. And then bring you down. Scale Z0. Excellent. Now, that doesn't do much to help us with what we got going on with the disc door here. But that is fine. That is fine. You can see what's going on with the disc door is that this area at the bottom has already been beveled on this corner. But we've tried to put a bevel up to that. And what happens is, if you can see it, that bevel kind of falls off because it can't clamp around that. Now, part of it is this too is acting as that, but it is clamping up to this vertex there, which is not even a vertex. Well, that's just making it even worse. So I feel like if we were to make this, let's just test this. Let's put some weight on this. Yeah, that's going hog wild there. on the top, but we need to grab all of these curved bits here and put weight on those. And that will bring this back, but you see we're also getting some rather horrendousness going on here where it's jutting out the side. Huh. Line there. I see. You know, that's what we wanted, more or less. We did cut just slightly into this. I don't know exactly what I'm going to do about this. I could probably take this shape and spend some time on it unbeveling this. It's not a lot of bevel going on here. I could spend some time unbeveling this basically by taking all of these lines and just bringing them down. So I've got a nice even line on either side that I can align them to and just bring them all these lines over on the X and all the way down on the Z, and then just merge them all together to unbevel all of that. And that way I can go through and select all of the edges and like reapply the bevel more uniformly in a way that they will actually fit together without causing issues. And we will come back to that. So that is those. The text. I'm going to do that one last. Let's do the buttons. This shouldn't have an impact. Nope, we got some funkiness up there that could just be what is that? Oh, nope, that got crazy. That got real weird up there. And that, I think, is just the bevel. I think this created some new geometry up here that it really shouldn't have. It really shouldn't have. Let's go back if I can. All right. Yeah, this thing is just causing me grief. So let's make a quick change on that. Same way we did in the mount. For some reason, only this one had this issue. Go back to the button bool. And we're going to just... Yep. I'm just going to drop the top down. Just a hair, because we had an issue like this in the bottom where it was just scraping the edge, and it was causing us problems. Nope, not scale. Grab. I don't want to go too far because any distance we go will leave a tiny little seam there. Imperceptible, but I'll know. That's good. It's good enough. It's so small. It's so small. That may cause us grief with other stuff, but we can ignore it. We can clean it up later. All right. Hide you. Go back to you. Save. Don't forget to save. All right, we'll apply this now. Let's see if we get, and so we're getting like the same deal up here. And why it is causing issues is because it is making this. Did that actually change this bevel at all? This one's not as severe. And it could just be like that one definitely put like a different shape up in there. But it's creating this line, which tells me that it is adding geometry from that to it, and I don't want that. I wanted it to like touch, just kiss the top, but I don't want it to actually interface with it. And so it's the same beef here. Weird that it didn't do it on the bottom. I just do. Okay. Mike. Slapping keys and freaking out like, did I just do something? I know I hit W like a billion times here. Okay. All right, same deal here. I just want to bring it down just so it's not touching, because what's happening is that some of these vertexes are then transferring here. Even though it shouldn't be doing anything to this, they touch, and the vertex is trapping that. And once again, not scale. Grab. I'm just going to come down. Nope. Better if I'm looking at it this way. Okay. We just want it to be enough so that it's not deciding to add extra vertexes there. Extra vertices. Okay. And all good. All good. Excellent. Excellent. So we don't have any extra stuff floating in there that's going to cause us grief. Good, good, good. So that's good. And now I got the USB plate, which is, dang it. I don't know, my hand gets off to the point where I'm just like going over, grabbing W's. All right. Anticipating some grief on this. There's some stuff I'm going to clean up on that, but it's not super noticeable. USB plate. Okay. So the first thing I'm going to do here. Oh good, it's all selected there. I'm going to assign that to black smooth. And then I'm going to deselect some stuff here. This is going to be extra tedious, but we should only have to do this once. And X-ray will help me a lot in this. Go ahead and take care of the material on this while I am here. Trying to deselect all this stuff. I'm gonna have to go to the sides too. Okay. Yeah, we got a lot of weird crevices here. Hey. All right, we don't want this side. You'd think we would, but we don't. That's the inside. We don't really want this either. It's going to be its own separate deal. Yeah, we just want the outer face. Okay. And our faces should be... like this. Is it okay? Oh, I see what I'm seeing. I was seeing this line, like, why is it going inside like this? Because I'm looking at it through this other thing. All right, good. So this we will... we need to add one here, and it should be created, but I don't have it. USB plate. There we go. And we will assign it to this. Cool beans. So now we got that plate. We'll do something with these, you know, afterwards. While I'm in here, I want to grab, turn off X-ray. I want to grab these lines. I'm going to switch to vertices. It's over here. Okay. Oop. Grab all these vertices that are in here, because it's kind of going up inside there, and I don't like that. It's such a minor thing. But I want to flatten them all out to be even with this, which may still be weird because it's kind of angled, but I think it will look better. Scale Z 0. It's just a very slight minor difference. And it's actually even, we can even go up a little bit on that possibly. It's very small. I may have made this gap too big, but regardless, I thought I did a pretty good job with the color on this, and I gave it a little bit of reflectiveness and some of the texture to it. And we are going to try to put the text on it. I think I got that. All right. Slide these over here. Image texture. And I need a... I don't think I want to use the same one. Open. Pictures. PS2. PS2 USB labels. Okay. We'll see how well this works out. I may have to adjust this image. And mix color. May have to flip these. I always get these flipped wrong. And it always looks funky. I'll have to edit the UV on this. Yeah, that's definitely the other way. Okay, Let's go to UV editing. And we're going to select just that. And we're going to project from view. We're going to A to select all and scale this. And grab it. And that's very close. We need to turn off repeating. I always forget to do that. By default, images repeat. And if you don't want that, go clip it. Back to UV. I don't know, man. That's pretty well on the money to my eyes. We've got the S400 pointing this way, maybe over a little bit. It's just size. It looks pretty well centered. And this is off to the side a little bit. That is the iLink. I was wrong about this. I was wrong about this last time, this port. I was talking about it as a FireWire port, and it kind of is. But it is the iLink port, which some devices had, other than the PlayStation. I think they might have missed one of those. Anyway, on the PlayStation, it was called the iLink port. And it was, IEEE 1394 FireWire, more or less. But for the PS2, what it was put there for and intended for, excuse me a second. A little tickle in the old voice box. What it was there for in the PS2 was the precursor to the LAN port. It was for connecting multiple PlayStations. I don't know if there was some kind of hub or something. You could connect two PlayStations together for multiplayer games, those that supported it that way. So it was like a LAN party without the LAN. It's a direct connection between PS2s for it. It's called iLink. I'm going to look this up. PS2 iLink games. Look up iLink. I'm gonna see what games actually supported this. Oh, here, Infex. iLink setup. iLink is trademark of Sony. FireWire's trademark of Apple. PS2, PlayStation 2, blah, blah, blah. Now, so what's interesting is that later revisions of the fat PS2 completely got rid of this, and there's just USB ports. It's the same size as this, and I'm pretty sure it's all in the same location. I may be wrong about that. But if you look at later revisions of the PS2 fat, like, it doesn't have this port at all. It just has the USB ports, and of course the Slim doesn't have it at all. So they got rid of it eventually. PS2 labeled as S400 next to USB ports. You need to tell me the port. It's a 4-pin 1394 port. Yep. Currently, the iLink is solely used for the setup of multiplayer network involving multiple PS2 consoles. Connect one console with TV and everything else. One player alone will need to play to other PS2 systems. Used for games such as Armored Core 2, Unreal Tournament. Oh, Unreal Tournament. Unreal Tournament was a blast. Grants used with few others not listed. Neither SC, Sony Corporation, nor Sony makes first-party iLink peripherals for the PS2. Setup 1. No hub. Only works for 2 PS2s. Hub, up to 6 PS2s required for networking 3 more. Oh, so you will need a 1394 hub with at least as many ports as a PS2s you're going to network. One problem, though, such thing as a 4-pin 1394 hub. There are only 6-pin hubs, therefore, to hook up your PlayStation to a 1394 hub, you will need a 4-pin to 6-pin 1394 cable. It's approximately the same price of 4-pin to 4-pin cable, a tendency to be higher in places. Yeah, FireWire was a pain in the butt to deal with this stuff. You have to juggle all these friggin' cables. So I'm curious if there is a list of games that supported it. Doesn't seem to be correct. Copied from GameFAQ. PAL copy of Internet Tournament does not appear to support Ireland. At least there's no mention in the back of the box. Someone can't find information for Vampire Knight supporting it. Or do you know why it would have support from the first place? Time Splitters 2 does support it, but it's not mentioned on the back of the box, only in the manual. Not many games use the Island cable. Island port is removed from later models, so the only earliest models of functions have it. Oh, this is like a much older version than I thought. Age of Empires 2, Power Regions. ATV Off-Road Fury 2, Armored Core 2, Armored Core 2, Another Age, Armored Core 3, Silent Line, Armored Core, Armored Core Nexus, Armored Core Ninebreaker, Armored Core Last Raven. They got a Street Fighter issue there where they just can't, they lose the ability to count past a certain number. ATV Off-Road Fury 2. It's ATV Off-Road Fury 2 is mentioned twice in the same list. This list isn't that long. Why did you mention it twice? And why is it's alphabetically out of order as ATV unless it's like A period T period V, but that's not how it's typed out. But I'm wondering why it's listed twice on this. I guess it's just that good. You had to name it twice. Gran Turismo 3, A-Spec, Lethal Skies 2, North America, Silent Scope 2, Dark Silhouette, Time Splitters 2, Time Crisis 2, Time Crisis 3, Tokyo Road Race, aka Battle Gear 2, Power Regions, Unreal Tournament, Vampire Knight. A lot of shooters in there. Interesting. Yeah, so that's what this port is. That's what your S400 port is for linking them up together. I think I need to make this darker in that, but I'm pretty satisfied with the placement of the logos. It's pretty well where I want it to be. These colors, though, these colors can be darker. Let's see. That could just be a matter of the light. It is a darker blue, I think. I used a color ramp with the. So I see to make a kind of gradient here. Let's darken these a bit. Yeah, it definitely looks odd. Maybe I should take down the roughness, or take it up rather, so it's less reflective. It's definitely like a darker shade of blue. The problem is like everything I photograph for it reflects a lot of light, which makes it brighter. Well, it's looking better. That's more like it. Is it? Is it just the? No, there definitely is like a gradient going on there. Definitely is like it graduates between graduates between the two colors. Much darker at the top. I think maybe this just needs to come down just a touch. Maybe it's more of a richer blue in there. Purplish blue, I think. Kind of greenish. Could mix some other color in this. That's pretty good. It's very subtle. Not too severe. And that's looking more gray than blue. push, and then we'll drop that down a little bit. Yeah, that looks about right to me. Very good, very good. Okay. Now, let's separate off two separate pieces these doors. How can I do this? This is probably not... Oh. All right. We'll do it this way. X-ray. I want to separate out the doors initially as one object, and then I can separate them out. But I want to separate them as a single object. Yeah, that's fine because it is attached in there. So there's it. So let's what do I want to do with this? Let's say first. If I P selection, no, that is a entirely separate piece, but I may need to do some cleanup work on that. That's this base 2. Memory doors. Let's hide those for right now. Oh boy. Oh no. Yeah, that ain't it. It just gobbled all of this stuff up. All right, we'll do this a different way. All right. Oh, I know what's going on here. I don't want any of this chunk here. And I don't want any of this or this. All right. Try this again. I don't want to take away the very structure of this thing. I just want the outer portion of these doors. In fact, I could just take the very front and then we just extrude it back if need be. Let's just grab the whole thing. So we're going to do some work. We're going to do some work on these. All right. Let's try that. I can live with this. I can live with this. Because now we got this hole in the back there. But that's fine. Because what I can do with this hole in the back is just fill it in. We'll just fill it with F for now. You can always delete and grid fill it and do fancier stuff with it so it's more correct. The reason I say grid filling it would be more correct is that you've now got these angles that aren't connected to anything. And a grid fill, in theory, will connect them out. I don't think if I switch to that, I don't think it'll... Yeah, that doesn't change it. We can do that with face grid fill, and that will create actual loops here between these points, and I think we can span this out more or less. And I think that's probably pretty good in terms of the spanning. However, you can always redo that later. So now, what I want to do is change all of that stuff. So let's go to face. Turn off the X-ray. Okay. I really would like this to be separate here. I can do that. The reason I want this to be separate is that I want the inside to be like the black, but I can live with it. Whatever. We'll just leave it be as is now. Turn all of this into the black plastic. I could separate this, and probably should, by cutting a line down there so that those lines are connected, and that may help with some other issues later. But I'll deal with that when I get there. Make sure we get all of these faces selected in here, so we can stop it showing this crazy get up that it's got right now, which is pulling from the initial lazy texture that is just the image, just the pictures of the PlayStation. And we'll go to here, and we want this to be black smooth, like the rest of that. And we'll do the same down here for the control ports. I realize I have yet to go out and acquire any more music since I started streaming. I think it's probably because most of the music that I listen to is wedged behind all kinds of copyright issues. Memory card and or a hinge action for the doors? Yes. The memory card, I'll probably make a memory card. I already made a memory card for the PS1. It's essentially the same for the PS2. Oh, you like the BGM? I'm glad you like it. I worry, especially have something on repeat for a long period of time. Like, it's just going to drive everybody crazy. I will make a door. That was why I separated out the memory card doors, which are now in a wild state, mostly because of the way that I did some of the texturing on it. I'll have to adjust that for these. Let's get rid of let's hide the PS2 base. Yeah, let's do the same with these and close off this back area. I made these separate so that I can sculpt out, just call these memory doors, sculpt out like the hinge part of it, and then they'll just kind of sit in there, and then I can set them up to rotate should I need to animate them. I will show like the real easy way that you handle that in terms of animating. I don't know if anyone's super interested, but we can go through and set we'll pick this line here. We'll just say this is the hinge, right? Okay, let me save. I'm going to extrude this up, and we'll call this the hinge. It's not really the hinge. We all know it's not really a hinge. Okay. We'll select this line. And now Shift S, which allows you to place your cursor somewhere. I'll put the cursor to selected. We'll go back into object mode and set origin to 3D cursor. So now this is the origin point there. So now if I go to rotate this on the X axis, it rotates from that point, instead of from the origin point determines where it rotates from. So if it was in the middle, this would just spin around in the middle. But now it'll rotate up like this, or rather this, when you push the door in. And the hinge is actually like pretty close to the thing. Is it? No, it's pretty far out. Really? I'm looking at it. Oh yeah. Well, it's probably not too far off from what I've constructed here. My brief demonstration. Well, the next thing you do is that you put a constraint on it. And it just makes it easy. If you wanted to go real crazy, you would add some controllers or bones or something and have it rigged. I haven't rigged any of my non-me models. Just because most of the time it's like I'm using it for one animation. So I just animate it and then I'm done with it. And it just sits there. But you could rig it so that there's a controller and then you can have different things like, you know, that's good for like robots and stuff like that. Or if you needed to do this more reliably. But we can go to constraints. We can add a rotation constraint, limit rotation. And we just want to limit the x-axis. And we can set, let's rotate this on x. Rotate x. So now, like, we can't hardly rotate it at all. Let's drop this down. We can set this max. You want to make sure your minimum is greater than your maximum, otherwise you'll get that. We'll set the maximum to, let's say 45 degrees. And so now if I rotate this on the x-axis, that's the most I can do, 45 degrees. Probably want this to be 90. I'm doing this right now. But you can also completely cut off everything else. So if I try and rotate this on Z, it doesn't move at all. Yep, get rid of that. But all I'm gonna do right now is close these off. I'll come back to that. I think I want to try and clean up the CD door. I'm going to break that off too into a separate piece. So just do the same thing we did on the other side. We'll grab these. And then select all. We want this to be smooth. Now that looks pretty nuts. I think this just gets rid of the UV map for this. Yeah. Okay. They don't need a UV wrap. Generated. This the object better. That looks better. Get some weirdness with scale. Or it's scaling them relative to its size. So whereas on this, most of this, there's like a little bit of distortion in the normals going on with this noise I've added. When I split these smaller pieces off, they're like, they just go nuts. So now those will sit in there. Now, looking at the actual thing, the actual hinge is pretty much like if you cut down this a little bit and then inset, we can do this with some loops, and then inset, and the hinge is more like up around here. So the whole thing rotates around so that it's completely up top there. So the memory card can slide fully in. It's got a little bit of real estate. It's got to get around the schnoz here. All right, let's move on. I am so slow with this because I get off on a tangent or just start exploring some weirdness on something. And I will say it normally, it takes me a fair bit of time to go through a model like this. Mostly because I am slow. Very slow and new to a lot of it. New enough that I consistently encounter weirdness. Or I'm like, I don't know how to deal with this. Or I'll get into a problem when I'm like, I don't really know what the right thing to do here is. But when I'm talking about stuff or trying to show something, go even slower. Now I understand why so many artists that I watch that are streamers that also do art don't do as much art streams. It's interesting to me to see it from the other side now, because I watch a lot of streamers who are artists who talk a lot about not wanting to do art streams because they feel like a weird pressure over it. And they're always like, oh, I didn't really get that much done. And I'll watch anyway and be like, man, they got a lot done. Like, they're doing way better than I would. I wonder if it's the same. I shouldn't put myself on their level. They're probably much more skillful and experienced than I am, but it is interesting. I can understand more where they're coming from. I think that when you're trying to talk through something that normally you might just be talking to yourself, but you're not going to say anything to anyone about, you're just kind of doing it. It adds like a little bit of time to every task. Like, and now I'll select this, and that adds just like a couple seconds, but then like it adds up over the length of it. All right. And we'll hide that. And this also I can live with. This especially, this section here will be interesting, because if I model the drive tray, and I likely will, it's going to need to go in here. But we can, we want like a solid base back here, because the drive tray doesn't take up all of this. It takes up a smaller portion of this. And so we need like a framework for it to come back on. And the way this is set up right now, we could bring this forward without really breaking anything. We can move this forward to make it less. And then we can inset on this. Ooh, that's getting crazy because of those lines back there. We could inset on this line to make a smaller hole. Woo! Look at those angles in the corner. That is creating some real havoc. I think before we inset, if we were to inset that, we would need to tackle this, which is probably like the grid fill would probably fix that right up. In fact, let's see if that will do it. Oh, Lord. Oh, my good, sweet Jesus. Span that. Keep spanning. Keep spanning. Oh, that's probably good. Okay, I can live with that. That's all right. That's not as much of a horrid mess. Okay, cool. So now we've got this, which I think will be safe. Yes. So this is safe. So that's why you grid fill. Part of the reason. But this would be safe. And we could make this bigger or smaller and shuffle it around. Once that's in there, we can grab it all around, move it wherever we want it. We'll leave that way for now. Although we need to also clear this up. Now you could, I'm not saying I'm gonna do this, but you could just leave that black and not model anything internal whatsoever, and then just have the door come in and out of the darkness. And honestly, depending on what you're doing, that may be the better option. Is it a dot back in there? See this? I see something. Can I get close enough? Get me closer. Here we go. A little something missed back in there. The tiniest little piece. The tiniest little scrap. All right, so I've got a hole where the DVD drive is. DVD door. Now let's look at this thing, because this was kind of janked up. I could probably help if I got out of shading mode. Okay. Like, why is the window so small? All right, we've lost this bevel down here because all of this stuff is going absolutely ape. And I don't think we really need this so much, but maybe. Where is the issue? Well, the issue is that this is now intersecting with all kinds of different points here. And you see, even though this is separate from the other area, it still retains the modifier. We don't need that text modifier in that. In fact, I can go through the memory doors. Oh, get out of this, go through this. Take that out. Yeah, you could end up with modifiers that are like a Boolean or whatever that are modifying something that's no longer even part of this. Which is funny to me. And it doesn't hurt that much just to leave it, but at the same time, it's like, do you really need it? Do you need to keep it there? What is the deal here? Is it not like all this extra line work? Is that what this is? Is there some extra funky line? Oh, I do see some funky lines here. Oh. I see these lines are awful close to each other here. Is that enough? Is that enough to cause this much of a headache? Let's take this and move it up to there. Let's merge at last. And we'll take this and we will scale the 0. Just, ooh, that looked a little, oh, because this is all like busted now. No? 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 Well, that is really something. That's quite a mess here. We don't have like a duplicate line going through this. It's just one and it stops. Why don't you bring this up? And I don't like that because that creates an n-gon, because now this has 5 points. So let's change this up here. Let's pull the old K. Go from there up to this point. And now this is Quad City DJ all around. Can I scale X0, scale Z0? Okay. That's super necessary. So I'm really fixing our issue there, but I didn't really expect that to. This line is so weight. All right. Let's take a look at the other side there, and then I think I'm going to straighten that stuff out again, and then put line weights on it and re-bevel them. I may even get rid of this little extra cruft down on the bottom just to make this simpler. Last, yep. Okay. Boom. Okay, is the knife tool, and we'll just cut in this line here. You want to avoid n-gons, which is something that has more than 4 vertices wherever possible. Because it'll result in all kinds of shady biz that will give you issues. Okay. Let us... I'll leave that for right now. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to take those two and these two. I'm going to save. And these two to this. I'm going to scale X0. And going to scale Z. So, oh no, I'll come back to that. Come back to that. Oh, I got to do other stuff with those too. This and this and this. To this one, scale X0. Okay. Let's line these all up. Scale Y0. Okay. do, 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 do. Scale Z 0. Why that really crunching things up back there. Okay, and then all of those are right on top of each other. So if we merge by distance, you see in the bottom here, removed 6 vertices. So we combined all of these wayward bevel chunks. And then we'll do the same with these. Scale Z 0. And then merge by distance. Okay. I see. See, now I see what was going on with that. Is actually this line going all the way back that is preventing it from beveling. So we're going to do the same over here. All right. Do. Scale X0. Do. Scale Y0. Do. Don't. And don't. Scale Z0. Merge by distance. All right. And we got our bottom bevel back because we have cleared all of that stuff out. And if we want to bring the beveled edge here, where we cut that in back, and we can see it if we bring this. So this edge has a bevel that this no longer lines up with. We'll just apply bevel along this line, and it should be okay. So let us edit this and select this line and put this to 0.5, maybe excessive for that. We can check the oh, I got rid of the line weight on that door. Ah. Let's bring this back in and we can check it and see. Actually looks pretty good, I think. Yeah. What's that back? That back chunk there is like the bigger deal. And we could do the same thing with that if we wanted to. Because that's what is actually not beveled. So let's take that and put that up to 5. And now that's causing us some grief. Because we've got like that weirdness there. So let's take these back down. Take this one back down too. That's what we've got going on here. We got issues. We got issues because we got this weird little chunk down here. And we're going to get the same deal with these. We're going to slide these all over. that way. And then we're going to, let's see here. These probably need to be fixed a little bit. So do scale Y0. Yep, those did. Those should be fine, but I'll check it anyway. Just so when we go to merge them, we don't get any surprises. And then we'll we want to go down. Well, this one will go down. Scale Z0. Yep. Merge by distance. Now this is gonna make some of the stuff back here go crazy. Yep. That's straight. Not as much progress, big progress, as I thought I would make today. But I'm happy with what I've got. Because this is, we're in the like little cleanup stuff. I'm just happy, like, more or less I can throw this up there and be like, yeah, there we go. It's almost to the point where I could say, yeah, it's done. It's done enough. I'll try and slap the controller ports in, at least before I wrap it up. At the very least, that will make things look more PlayStation-y. Oh, does that look weird? No, that's because these are scaled funkily all over the place here. Derp. Scale Z0. Merge by distance. Okay. All right. Now, if we let's check this and see this and this. This is going to look weird. Give these a little bit bevel. Yeah, it's got like a little chunking going on here. What if we those are at 3. I think that'll smooth that out. Well, that's a little weird in the back there. Possibly because of that line there. Could be. Kind of needs to be there. But if we just send it away, even though this makes a kind of horrific shape, that'll deal with the issue. More or less. This is still like a weirdness going back there. Slices up strangely. Now I could bring this out, and that gets really weird. I don't really want that. I could probably, after this is applied, clean some of this stuff up. But this bevel here is going to look real weird because it's going to have lines cut through here. So I would rather, I think, have this look funky. I think the issue with that is this doesn't have a bevel on it. I think the issue going on here is that we've got this line here that is interfering with it. Now, if we put this line here and put a bevel on this, it would probably maybe go towards clearing that up. No, did not. That one is, put the bevel on this. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lordy. Oh, that dumb broke everything. What is going on there? All right, well, we'll leave that for right now. It's kind of a broken mess. I could just get rid of this bit here entirely and just call it a day, and I'm somewhat inclined to do it. It's so small in the scheme of things and really shouldn't be there, and it doesn't make that big in my mind of a deal, and it will make keeping these bevels not looking atrocious a little bit easier. Oop. Make sure I don't leave any of these things with mystery weights on it. Yeah. And I don't think it's that big of a thing. Because if we look at this, like, it's a tiny sliver out of this. Right? It's a tiny little chunk out of the bottom of this in this gap. I don't think that's that good of a thing. And we could raise the gap up a little bit or close that hole in more. Not that big of a thing. Because really it should have cut like straight under that. I just didn't line it up. Although, well, I didn't because I had less issues because of that. Yeah. So that's okay for now. It's separate. And then we can... So, we ever get to that stage, I can make the DVD door. Let's make some controller ports. And to do that, I'm going to bring up our reference image again. All right. So these are, I'm going to eyeball this in person here. Make sure I'm not misreading this. Okay. So they're not quite round. That one looks a little bit different than... Sorry, that one looks a little bit different from the PlayStation. They're not quite round. It really is like this shape, only a little bit more rounded around the edges. You can sort of see it in here. These pictures are not front on enough, but it's not quite like just a circle. This is pretty much a flat edge. So is this. So these be like three rectangles with one point like tucked in a little bit and then beveled. Or one point slightly beveled more or pulled in more. So those would be pretty straightforward to slog in there. Now I think the easiest thing to do would be to dupe up the controller bowl that we used and scale that in. So if I'm going to duplicate this. All this controller ports, and we will wedge this up here with the rest of it. Sorry, PS2 controller ports. I have to name these things because once I start dragging them into a scene with a bunch of other consoles and there's like controller port 6.1, I'm like, oh shit. Oh, which one is it? All right. What else scale? Let's set this to, I think, individual origins, what we want. Let's scale these. Yeah. You know, it would be good to set that, even though those are not like the greatest reference image, because it just doesn't quite line up. Maybe. Let's scale Z. Yeah, it's looking about right. And then what we'll do is we will. Oh, can I not? Oh, is it because of the beveling, isn't it? Oh, I'll make that work. Oh, let's see, yeah, because I put that in there. Okay, that's fine. Just gonna put one of these on each of these. I'm not really sure how well this is gonna work. Control Shift R. Oh, it did. All right. Oh, well, I can't really see them. Now, see if we can fix this. Why is this so... This shouldn't be this difficult. All right. Somehow I don't think that'll... No. All right. Well. We got a basic size and shape locked in here. But it's a hot freaking mess here. So let's turn the reference off. I'm just going to start fresh. Start fresh with a cube, I think. Because this bevel, existing bevel is like killing me. I mean, maybe... get rid of this, possibly. Of course, that will could just kill everything. Maybe. Nope. It's just like, no, there ain't no edge loops available for all sides anymore because of the beveling. So we will just do more unbeveling, I guess. Is there even really a point when I can just add another shape? Make sure we move it out of the way. Okay. Now I'm just getting like super crazy here. Could just eyeball it. I don't trust my eyeballing, to be honest. All right. Not that like this is lining up beautifully with the this great reference photo anyway. It's just going to go crazy. But okay. Grab all of this. And then we will duplicate that over this way. Just so we know it's working. I could dupe all this later. Just be stupidly, nonsensically, pointlessly precise with this. Okay. Great. And then we will annihilate all of these, because frankly, they're too messed up to be of use to us right now. Let's see where we need to. No reference. That should be flush with this. A little bit further back than these. Ever so slightly further back. Okay. Now we'll look at that reference. Really what I want this is to be separated into 3 equal shapes, and that should do that. I don't know why I was making such a big stink out of that. And then we would take that line. Okay. Shift R to pull 2 edge loops out of the side of that. We'll do them all at the same time so they're all nice and even. And what this will do is we'll create the... Oh, wait, this won't. Because the middle will be getting a double chunk taken out of it. We just want to separate these out. Yeah, well, going about this such a ridiculous way just to separate the 3 of these equally. Now, so this will have 1.5. Let's get absolutely crazy with this. Let's get stupid with it. So now that's 1/2. And that's 1/2. So if we get rid of this line and this line and this line and this line, this should be equal on all sides. There's probably a much better way to do this. Oh, what the devil. Oh, Lord. There's like... I don't know how this happened. Did this happen over here on one of these? One of those lines looks extra thick. Yep. So if... it's still there. Click selected, unselected. Selected. Oh, there's multiples there. We got some doopy doops there. All right. This line and this line, even though some extra there, and this line, and this line, and okay. How many? There we go. Quite a few too many. How on earth? Oh, that's very bizarre. Okay. So now, those edges and fill. We'll need to double check and make sure that these are normals are set correctly. Okay, very good. Blue is good. Sometimes when you do stuff like that and you like set the faces, they will they'll go a little wild. You'll get some ugliness. All right. So then we just got to bool in 3. Yeah, we can do this. Let's get crazy again. Those are evenly spaced. However, it's probably closer to it. Closer to what I want. Oh, it's not going to line up numerically on there. I think that's pretty good. Yeah. My operating theory. If I get 3 cylinders and line them up on this, I need to take a quick break. Oh boy. We get the 3 cylinders and line them up on these points. I'm going to clear all that stuff out of here before I'm done. Line up on these points. So basically, we'll just Shift S, cursor to selected. So I get a cylinder, size it up, put it on there. And now we've got pretty equal spacing that I'm happy about. I can put a cylinder on each of these points. Line them all the cylinders will be lined up. Centered to those points. Then I will take those cylinders, I will join them together. I will duplicate them, and then I will make sure that the central, like the center cylinder is the center of it. And then I can just put a loop in the middle of these, like this and this. And then that point there becomes the middle. I could probably also just select these 4 points here, and then Shift S, cursor to selected, and that will get me the same thing. And then in theory, I can take that same thing and then make it look identical in all of these. And then the only thing I need to do to make these different is beveling these edges separately. Now this metal piece here that's a whole other can of worms. I have some ideas for that, but I'm not going to touch that right now. But I need to take a quick break for a minute. Then I will be right back to try and wrap up at least this part of it before I close out for the evening. I do gotta get up in the morning. Once again, I'm just astounded at how slowly I move when I try and stop and think all this through instead of just jamming forward and wrecking things and having to redo stuff. It is ultimately better, but we'll be right back. I'll kind of make sure I don't hit the outro button because I did that before. So I'll be right back. Whew. I gotta get like a some kind of ventilation in here. I think I'm suffering from oxygen deprivation. Must be rolled over the tubes to the old brain case. Right. So get that there. But all right. This is gonna be excessive, probably. Are we happy with the position of those? Do we want those to be lower? They're pretty even with these. So we can actually, I'm going to clear this line out just because it'll be a little bit less work. Get that edge loop out of there. Get out of here. Let's take all of those. And we will grab this cursor to selected. We'll change this to 3D cursor. Oop. Where am I? There we go. Scale Z0. Because these are pretty well lined up, like, pretty perfectly with that. Right? Eyeball this real quick. What's the top is? I think the top is. Do I have something that will fit perfectly in there? Nope. Oh, one of these old mini discs. I still have my mini discs on my desk. Like many streams ago, we were talking about mini discs. I think that was Resident Evil 1. And I dug out my old mini disc player. I'm like, oh, I think I still have that. I did have to clean up some corrosion, but it does still work. I still got all my mini discs, and it's just been sitting on my desk here ever since then. Gathering dust. Oh, this fits pretty well in here. Really need like a stiffer than this. Maybe like a little half-empty pad of Post-it notes. Yeah. From my eyeballing. Let's line up. It may be off. I can adjust it after the fact. But this definitely looks like, to me, that they line up perfectly with the ridges in the outer case. Maybe too much. And I don't need to do that either. Just select this and this. And the cursor will put it in the middle between me. That's less work later. Okay. Oh, man. I feel like I get slower as the evening wears on. Let's add... we'll do a cylinder. You could do a circle. I choose to do a cylinder. Let's raise this up. Get rotation, probably more than I need once it gets down there. Rotate X 90 degrees. Scale it way down. Way down. There, it's probably good. Probably good. And where are we at in relation to all of that? That's probably good. So we can move all of them together. Great. Now, back to this. And then we'll grab those. Shift S, cursor to selected. Cylinder. Yep. D X. How will I line this up? Actually, I don't want to do that in edit mode. Okay. Shift D, X, Shift S, selection 2, cursor. Great. Great. Oh, this is so excessively perfectionist in a dumb way, but whatever. There we go. Shift D, X, Shift S, selection to cursor. All right. So now we got these 3 cylinders, and I'm going to make sure it's just those 3 cylinders and not a whole bunch of other stuff. Control J. Now they are one. And perfect. We've got the origin is right in the middle. So what we'll go through the rest of these. Let's bring this into just for ease of finding it. And we can go through and get rid of all of these. We don't need them anymore. Get rid of those edge loops. And then we'll go put an edge loop here. Put an edge loop in all of these. Just shift R, didn't I? Just create like a, there we go. Okay. Great. Perfect. Perfect. P. Selection to cursor. Oh boy. Oh, we still got some extra lines here, don't we? Some extra edges. Now let's take these three cylinders. Get out of edit mode. Take these three cylinders and combine them. And you can see the origin has been set to that one. So Shift S, cursor to selected. Go back to the cylinder. Shift D, duplicate. Shift S, selection to cursor. Perfect. Perfection. And we'll just put the cursor back to the world origin. Oop. I don't know what that was. All right. And now we will take those and combine those and call this controller whole bowl. And we'll put this down in the bools. And these need to go quite a bit back. So let's grab these vertices. And extrude. And then that's probably good. That's probably good. It's maybe even way more than we actually need. But those are just mystery holes. Just mystery holes. And we can also, while I'm looking at this, yeah, they have like a little bevel on them. So let's go back. Gotta go back. Gotta go back in time. Let's get this is good. We'll bring the cursor to selected. Because we're gonna get fancy. We're gonna do this. Load this out front. We got this nice set here. And that's still set to 3 cursor, scale Y0. So now that is right at the start. And we're going to, I can't put one on all of them at once. I'm going to go through one at a time, and then we'll line them all up after the fact. What we want is a little bit of a bevel. Try this, because we can always scooch this up later. Okay. No. Oh, that was. If I shift R, yep, that'll just create another one there. If I had thought about this before, I could have done this on the first one, and then I wouldn't have to be doing this on all of them. This is why it pays to stop and think about what you're doing, or learn how to do things in a repeatable manner better than I have. So we can select all of these, change this to active element. Just grab any of those, scale Y 0, so they're all in the same spot. All right. And now what we're going to do is we're going to grab all of these. Lovely, lovely. And we'll change this to individual origins, and we're going to scale these down. Grab those in the Y. We'll see how this does. Because worst case scenario, we just delete all of this and rebuild those. So what that gives us is a nice, neat little bevel into it without having to go back and bevel it after the fact. We still can if we want to, but maybe I don't want to. So let's go ahead and hide those. Put this in. We'll have to make a new, slightly different color for those. Let's go to the control ports. Let's add a Boolean. Bool! Let's just rename this the Boolean stream. Controller hole bool. And so we've got a nice, neat bool, nice, neat bevel. We might want to bring those up forward ever so slightly. I think that goes a little bit too deep. Maybe. It's hard for me to judge because I can't get as close as this to the actual PS2. Not nearly as close. But I want it to be probably a little bit less. So let's see if I can change this without freaking out. Save. Don't forget to save. Save your work. Bool hole. And grab Y. Yeah, this is... Probably should have undid the Boolean. Because once you're Boolean something, once your thing is set to create a Boolean, oh, that's nice. I'm happy with that. I can live with that. Once you're set to run a Boolean on something, I just heard something click. Like I don't know what that was. That freaked me out a little bit. I don't know what that was. It's weird because I have headphones on, so I'm generally the only thing I'm going to hear is if it's really loud, or if it picked up on the microphone enough for me to hear it through my headphones. Not pictured here, but sometimes I hear noise and it's like I was talking while I clicked, and that was enough for the mouse click to get picked up more loudly because it defeats like the noise gate and everything I got. But like, I forget, like, no, I've got headphones on. Like, I wouldn't be able to hear that if it was just like, if someone flipped a switchblade behind me and was getting ready to like slit my throat. Like, I probably wouldn't hear it. It'd be very muffled. The microphone's not going to pick that up. So, if I die, so be it. All right, so now let's add a bevel modifier to this. top of that, bevel. And again, we want to set this to, oh God, I wouldn't see you saying that. Like, you strike me as the sort of person that would be watching my stream on their phone, had gotten in here, is like, I'll just surprise him, and you actually would be back there. If it was anybody else, I'd be like, yeah, whatever. But if Utter Chaos Gaming says that they are right behind me, now I fear for my life. Now I'm concerned. There's somebody like pulling a knife on me. I'm like, you didn't watch my latest YouTube video. I'm like, I'm sorry, I haven't had time. I do enjoy them. Yes. We need to end mode. Get some lines. So we could take, let's turn off X-ray. Probably make it a little bit easier. This one, this one, this one, not this one. Trying to click where I would be clicking in X-ray mode, so maybe I should have left it on. That one, that one. Basically everything but like the outer lower corners. No need to fear. I'm 17 hours away from you. Is that the standard time of year for me to stop by? Is there a standard time of year for you to break into people's homes with a knife? Because that's what I'm getting here, and it's kind of troubling. Who am I to judge, though? Who am I to judge? Everyone's got to have hobbies, and sometimes those hobbies involve delivering a shanking. All right, let's bevel. That's pretty good. Let's increase this. Nice and round. Let's go a little bit further. Oh, now we're cooking with gas. Now that's nice. See, this is what I was talking about earlier about the clamping. If I turn the clamping off, you can keep going with it. I think it says holiday cheer like a shank. Where I'm from, man, that's how all holidays are celebrated. Ain't nothing but shankings. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. And so I think that you could probably get similar results with this. This will be easy to fix. This will be easy to fix. Oh, I'm going to replicate this on all of them. I know how. Kind of. It won't be perfectly even. Breaking my rules here. I'm going to, let's see here. Medium point probably. Scale X. Possibly that. We'll see. Okay. Control C. Copy that. All right, we'll see if this works. Because I want these to be the same. Scale X. I'll go in here. Nope, that's the opposite direction. What if I just add a 1 to it? This is probably too simplistic. No! All right. .02 is probably... Oh! Oh, Lord. 1.02. No. Me. Calculator. 0186. That can't be. Okay, well, I'm just eyeballing it then. Oh, I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. Here's what we do. This should work. This should work. If I grab these, scale X. Just want to bring them in just a little bit because we'll put some stank on it with the bevel. But like these are like slightly more indifferently beveled. Okay. And we'll copy this. Then we'll do these. Scale X. And we will paste that. And that should be exact on either side. Great, great. And we can get rid of all of these things now. Dissolve the edge loops. Great. Now, we take this. Take this. We take this. We take this. Now we give it some weight and put that stank on it like I was saying. And look at that. Probably excessive. Probably excessive. We could probably move those lines out. All right. It's probably like doesn't need to be as far in. That's mostly giving us the shape we want. Mostly. It's a little bit much. I think the PS1 was more pronounced in that, and this is less pronounced, and I may just be crazy. I might just be crazy. So let's grab those two. I'll scale it back out. That's probably more of what we want, right? It's just like a slight in. And I may even be going too far on that, or maybe viewing it from the wrong angle. They're just ever so slightly different. See, and then you and you. Okay. And just a little touch on the outer edges here. Oh, I broke that loop there. Do, 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 do. You You know, it started with Fraggle Rock, but then it started sounding like a different song to me. And now I don't know. Oh, started in my mind. Fraggle Rock. Dun 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 dun. Let the music play. You know, Fraggle Rock. I don't know if you do. I don't know how familiar people are with something that old now. But then, the first time I did it, I was like, wait a minute, this sounds like something. There's a Franz Ferdinand song. Take Me Out. Dun, dun, dun. But then when I did it again, I was like, wait a minute, that's Robot Rock from Daft Punk. Man, this must be very, very common. Or I'm just musically very not inclined, which is the most likely. Oh, God. Can I have a negative weight? No. What is going on there? That's like ripping all this stuff apart. Okay. No. No, that's definitely like. How about we just die here? Is what that is telling me. Yikes. I just wanted a little bit of bevel out in there. I just wanted to go crazy on me now. And why is it doing that? Did something break? No, it looks okay. Something's messed up. Something's messed up. Well, it could just be like double up on bevels. Look at that. It's like they got pushed out of an airlock and just exploded. The more bevel I add, like the more horrific it becomes. It's just blowing everything up here. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Man, you go anywhere on it and it's just like. Okay. Let's just try. Oh, no. I'll get left with 1. 0 is good. Let's just try 2 of them. Well, that just makes the whole thing like inflate, man. Yikes. I am putting quite a lot of bevel on that. I'm not gonna lie. Might be best just to leave that for the time being. I can soften it up later. Okay. And oh boy, yeah, that bevel definitely like chopped into that. So let's oh man, I'm just making an absolute mess of this. Okay. Just a little bit less. The more like less it becomes, you know, the more useless it becomes. Is I'm like, it needs to be subtler. It's like if it was any less subtle, you wouldn't see it at all. Just to make sure like there's enough material on the end there that's not chopping into it. It's chopping into it. All right. Well, it looks like my whole plan there has disastrously failed. So let's just take this and this. Nope. This and nope. This and nope. This and this. Thank you very much. And we'll set the stack development and we'll scale X0 and we'll just leave it. We'll just leave it at that. Because anything more, which I could probably tighten up the placement of the tubules. But I think I'm fine with these looking as they are. So we did put a little bit more. That's fine. Yeah, it does go in a little bit more on the edges here. It is extremely subtle. Just because we did that. Oh boy. All right. We're going to black smooth, but we're going to remix this. This is going to be PS2 gray. Do I have a gray? What I'll just call this controller ports. And then we'll go into the shading. And I need to bump this color up. It would help if I could see them. Thank you. No, not that way. Change all these colors. Set all of that, and then we'll bring it down. It's nice. It's nice gray. There, we'll make this. Just get this hex. Bring it down. That's where you see some of that noise in there. Bring this down a bit. Okay. All right. Yeah, that's about right to me. We will want to go in and select all this internal stuff. What is, oh, I'm editing the wrong thing. Oh, I can't do it yet. What am I thinking? To go in and set all that internal stuff once the boolean is complete to be the darkness. The darkness. All right, I got one more thing. I'm going to try and jam in here before I end this for the evening. I don't know. I'll probably be back to work on this again for another stream. I don't know, though. I may just wrap it up off stream. Like, I think at this point, like, you've seen my methods. You know how long it's going to take. Maybe I will. I will. I got other stuff to work on. I got other things I can work on. I'm just so tempted when I'm sitting there and I have like an hour of time. I'm like, you know what I could do? I can open that up and I can fiddle with that. And then I'm afraid I'm going to break something and I have to come back. Guys, I broke the model. I have to start over. You're going to watch me for 10 hours again. We're going to see how this works. I'm going to import there we go. Scalable vector graphics. I don't know why I had because my eyes locked on SVG. Like, well, that's grayed out. An SVG. Where's this? My reference materials. PS2. We got the PS2 logo. Where is it? somewhere over there. There it is. Oh, I see. It's down. Way down. This. Yep. Let's get up here. And that thing sits right between the eyes here. So we're going to put the cursor right there. Okay. And then we're going to go to all of these, and then hopefully this doesn't break everything. Shift S. Selection to cursor. I didn't really get a look at it before. Okay. It is all there, right? We have selected everything here. Okay. Going to rotate it X 90. We're going to grab it Y. Oh, good. It's all still there. Okay. We're going to scale this. And this should sit. Let me rotate mine if I can. Did you know on the PlayStation 2, the FAT, because some doesn't have this little PlayStation symbol is on a little spring so that you can rotate it whether or not you have it in the vertical or horizontal position. You probably knew that. I've seen like 10 videos like the hidden secret of PlayStation 2. And I'm like, I'm interested in this. And it's like, you can rotate the symbol. I'm like, get out of here. Everybody knew that. I don't know anybody who didn't know that. It slides like just between these. Just between them. So that's probably good. I think the middle is about in there. That's probably actually. I don't know. No, that's right. That looks good. Okay. That's probably good. Well, let's get rid of that reference. Yeah, that's pretty good. We can grab that. Just Keith. Just Keith. And I could put like a little cylinder or something behind that. So this is good. Now, these are all curves and or paths. And I don't think I can like extrude on these things. Yep. I have to convert these to an object. So I'm going to save. We're going to can I just duplicate collection? All right. And we're just going to hide that one. Just in case this all goes wrong. Amazed that people were amazed by that. Yeah. Same here. Like Maybe it's just me based on like other experience. I got to rotate back around here. Just rotating my PlayStation. I'm very awkwardly positioned. There was a lot of electronics that had stuff like that. That if it had like a little logo or something on it, you could rotate it depending on whether you stood it up on its side. It's like a lot of Dells had that stuff. A lot of desktop computers had that. And that's like the console market. It's so weird. But the console market was always, at least from Japan, very, very much tied to computers. The Famicom family computer had like a bunch of attachments to make it usable as a computer. There's a PlayStation, I want to say it's like a dev kit thing, but it had a mouse. Like a lot of that in Japan anyway. They were competing with your MSX, your PC-98s, a variety of computers. And so they had functionality and similar design mentality as computers. They were competing against computer equipment. And why that's weird to me is that there was always, in the U.S. market, I don't know about elsewhere, there was always like this war against like the PC gamers, PC master race, right? Before they called it that. PC gamers and console gamers. They're like two different worlds. You can't cross that divide. You can't be both. You got to pick a side, man. And then like when the Xbox came out, I'm like, wait a minute, that's just a computer. And the console gamers, Xbox fans argue, no, it's not. No, it's not. I'm like, yeah, it is. It's a Pentium inside. Like that's a PC. It's got a hard drive. It's a PC. Like no, it's totally not. And you look at where hardware is now. I don't know about the PS4, but like the PS5 and the Xbox, like they're not exactly like computers, but you know what I mean? Like the architectures, no one's making like their own weird ass architecture so much anymore. We don't get like the PS3 cell architecture anymore. We get like a chipset that was destined for a laptop or a tablet or something. Then it's like, bam, slap some stuff. I'm not saying like the stuff that hardware is not impressive or good or worth it. It's just crazy to me in the U.S. market. In the Japanese market, it's probably like the opposite. Like we need to get as far away as possible. But that's also why, for the longest time, you get so many games like consoles suffer because so many games are like, you can't keep this exclusive because it could just run on a computer. Like, put a little bit of optimization and it's going to run on the computer. That's vastly oversimplifying things, I know. But like that's the PlayStation 5's issue. Like console exclusives are pretty limited because most of it ends up on PC. Same thing for Xbox. You get one of these next gen consoles, and the lion's share of what you're going to play on it is just like, I could play this on my computer, but I got this too. That's how I view mine a lot of times. Like I could just play all of these games on the PC. I've yet to find one. I'm like, oh, I couldn't just play this on PC. I think Spider-Man. I don't know if Spider-Man was on PC, but I didn't play that anyway. My nephew played that, and I just watched and occasionally assisted him. It was fun. I don't know if it was $70 fun, but it was fun. Convert to mesh. Okay. So now we have this delicious looking item, which is like several different things. Can I just extrude? Oh, yeah. Oh, look at that. PlayStation coming at you. Yeah. Coming straight for, it's coming straight for me. Ah! It's really not that thick. There's some ASMR for you. Sorry about that. That probably was not pleasant. Got kind of a black outline too. Can I? Oh God, this is not going to work if I do this. Oh, look that. Oh, that's a nightmare. Oh my God, that's just eating itself alive. Oh no. No. There's got to be a better way. There's got to be a better way. And that way is probably to, I don't know what. This is pretty good. It's pretty good. We need to basically grab all of that. X-ray mode on. Grab all of those. And then we'll make that the plastic. Should probably combine these or something. It's going to be an absolute nightmare. At this point, though, I will say I could completely combine this thing because all I really wanted was the shape. I could combine this thing and slap on an image on it, and in theory, it'll work. I will try that too, because then I can do some other stuff. Black smooth and design. Why didn't you get all of the other ones? It's because I'm looking at a bunch of other things. All right, what about this path too? Okay. Oh Lord. Oh boy. I feel like I'm doing this all wrong. I feel like I should be combining this all first. Okay. There we go. The reason I was trying to inset this face a little bit was basically because there is like a little black outline around it. If you look at the actual thing, I don't think it's that big of a deal. This could even be a little bit thinner. Really, I don't know. It's always hard to judge when I'm looking at this because it's like, again, I'm not getting this close to it. From this distance, maybe a little bit thick. Maybe a little bit. Let's see. I can always go back. I'm going to combine these. There we go. That should make it easier to work with. And then I'm going to take this. And we're going to see if we can just grab just the front. Just the front. All right. I'm going to make a new texture. I'll make something new. Okay. I just caught my preview, like, that is running in Chrome. Not really my preview, but I'm like monitoring the stream. Is always like it gets further and further behind as the evening wears on. And I just caught motion out of the corner of my eye, and it was when I was dragging the PlayStation logo into the screen, and I like I got myself, I jump scared myself. I was like, what is that? It was pretty funny. Okay. PS2 disc logo. No, rotating. I'll make this the rotating logo. Rotate. And we're going to add an image texture to it. And I'm going to find the texture. Did I put it in here? It's not that one. My modified jump station. If it's not in here, then it is in the reference materials. Gotta stay organized. And I mean like actually stay organized and not fake organized like I am. I'm fake organized. Did I really? Did I not? Did I not get this thing? I thought that I had one. I thought I had one. I must be going out of my mind. I am going out of my mind. This isn't going great. PS2. I'm not crazy. Crazy. Where? Oh man, where did I pull that one from? Now I can't find. There it is. Oh my god. Yep, this one. Oh, that's not gonna look better. That's not gonna look better. How many that's not I'm trying to edit this in Critter real quick without getting crazy. And no. Nope, forget it. Forget it. Forget it. Let's just not. Okay, I haven't assigned any of those yet. Let's just forget that. We'll forget it. We'll forget it now. Here's a thing I can do. Here's a thing I can do. With all these faces selected, with all their powers combined, let's Shift D and then scale it. Just scale it just a little bit. Doesn't look great. Doesn't look great. Scale it. Oh, they're going all over the place. That's not great either. That's probably maybe okay. No. No! Delete them. Okay. That's not the thing. I wonder if we go with the other route. Trying to figure out how best to this. Ooh. Oh no. Oh no. I don't want that. I got a better idea. I got a better idea. A slightly better idea. Do we need to do that? I'd like to do that. Honestly, I would like to do that. Because I want to say, like, this is just like, what is this? It's just a color. That's it. It's just a color. There's nothing to it. There's no material to it whatsoever. That would make it easy because all of these are just like, here's your square. All of these are a color. If I scale, Well, you know what? I just need to quit while my head. Let's take a look. That worked out it worked out well, bringing this in. Didn't quite fit my plan. I could delete a bunch of stuff, or go through several stages of booleaning and whatever to edit this out into something that I can manipulate more. I could probably remesh this now that's all joined together. But let's render this. Let's make sure this thing isn't showing up anymore. There we go. And the lighting, well, it's rendering. It should render anyway. It's fine. Let's play around with some lighting. It didn't quite pan out. I need more lighting on the side. But, oh, you can't see the render. You can't see the render. What the? There we go. I'm still learning lighting. I was playing around with some stuff and trying some different things, and it's not quite there. But look, we got PS2. That text is not like it's supposed to be black. Just don't pay attention to that right now. I can do something about that immediately. But this is like, as it stands now, it's usable. It's not perfectly ideal. Let's put this text in. Let's just see what this does. And then I can update the textures and on that. All right. Look at that line work. Ooh. Ooh, boy. That is something. I'll tell you. I'll tell you what. But it's left it perfectly selected for us. As long as there's nothing else that is selected, this is selected. But that's fine, because that's already part of something. But we're going to assign this to be black smooth. And look at that. The topology is honestly not terrible. It's pretty excessive. But it does look nice. Very PlayStation-y. I need more dirt and grit on this. I need this to look filthier. These control ports are not done. There's still text to be put on here. I got to do something with these one way or the other. The whole back is just not touched, and I don't have a seam. The seam is going to have to go like, where does it come out? It comes out here. It does a weird number. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's one piece all the way through. The way the shell fits together is like the seam runs along the bottom here, this whole overhang. There's a seam under there. And then on this edge, it comes in and around the corner and then straight across back there. And once it gets over here, then it's just kind of over the place. It actually splits top to bottom because where the fan is, there's a fan, and your power switch, that's like one big piece of plastic that is fit between this, the top and bottom, so it kind of splits up and down and then around that until it comes back around to this. So this basically, like, this line will cut through here and then straight along, more or less, along the back with some interruptions. And that'll just be Boolean. I'll just have to play around with something to get it in there. Let's turn on the light. Where is it? These 2 buttons. There we go. Strength. Let's put it to 50. I'll render this. Even though that second button doesn't light up. You can't even see the top PlayStation logo. Because it's dark. It's there. A lot of little stuff. Tonight. I honestly don't know where the time went. Because I feel like I could have done a lot more. I spent a lot of time fiddling with stuff, didn't I? Adjusting things and then jabbering. Man, how did I spend so much time? It's like 5 hours, and I feel like I got almost nothing done. But I'll have to close in this more and put something, see if I can model the metal piece or cover this up. Put the text on here. There's numbers there. There's memory card on that. Magic 8 across the middle. The Sony will be like a 3 or 4 step process of like making text and then Boolean joining that to some other object and then smashing it all in here and booleaning that together. The back will just be a bunch of Booleans. But it looks pretty good. I'm pretty pleased. I'm pretty pleased given my relative beginner nature of this. Like, I'm not using any super advanced techniques, and I think it looks pretty good. It's passable, you know. It's pretty passable. I think this actually looks okay the way it is. It's not perfect, but I think it looks okay. What I could do is I could use this to make another object that is just like one piece and then solidify it in these sections that are black. And then I could make something like slightly more expanded out from this, cover that up. But I think it looks pretty good so far. And that is where I'm going to close out tonight. I wish I could... Which I'd say I could get more done this evening. We just got a little bits and pieces, more text. I'm trying to figure out why I couldn't screen share just credit itself. I just heard something that sounded like, oh, my mini disc player is playing. Oh my God. That's what that click noise was. That's what that click that freaked me out. My mini disc player has been playing for God knows how long. And I don't know how to turn this thing off anymore. All right, well, there we go. So that click that freaked me out was the mini disc player. I guess when I picked the stuff up, I must have hit the button, and it has been playing quietly to itself in the corner for like an hour. Woo! All right. Well, I'm pleased. And we'll get more situated next time. I come back to this. Next time should be the last time. Next time will be the last time with the PlayStation, hell or high water. Because it's just got a little bit of stuff, and even the back details will be fairly smooth sailing. But I'm more focused on the front. Because that's all you're ever going to see from me. But I like to get the whole thing just at least once. Because I usually don't, to be honest. I usually just cheap out on anything that you're not going to see on my stream. I'm just like, I don't need that. I don't need to do that. Yeah. Cool means. Well, thanks as always for hanging out with me and keeping me company while I worked on this stuff. I hope it was, I don't know what to call it, entertaining, informative, either or. I hope it was something for you. If you have any interest in Blender and you haven't tried it yet, I highly suggest give it a shot. If you're interested in this stuff at all, it's not as difficult as you may think to get going. It's like chess, I would say. Easy to learn, difficult to master, perhaps, but you can make some really cool looking stuff without really knowing a whole lot of anything. Just look at me. I don't know much of anything, and I made some stuff that I'm pretty pleased with. And then, of course, the further you go, you look back at your old stuff and go, oh, man, I wish I knew. It looks so bad now. But it's a lot of fun. At least I think it's a lot of fun. It scratches a lot of itches, particularly when I can, perfectly line things up because I can snap things to each other. There is snapping in this, and it never works the way I think it should. And so I just stopped using it. Supposedly it's changed a lot in the new version. I just haven't messed with it. But I quite enjoyed it, and it's been a lot of fun streaming this out to you and just hanging out and working on this. So I'll probably do some more of these in the future. It's about the only thing that I can do. I'm not much of a artist or otherwise producing things, but as I get into more areas of things, I'd like to do streams that are a little bit different from games, and I hope you enjoy them and hope you don't mind. But I'll be here the rest of the week. We got Resident Evil, some Phasmophobia, and really excited about the Portopia serial murder case, the original Famicom version. Well, I should say the Famicom version, since it was originally for the PC 8801, the Japanese computer that was ported to the Famicom. But it's a fairly influential game, and its success led to a lot of other things. A historically important game, but it looks fun. It looks like an interesting, early days mystery game. So I'm very excited to check that out. Because I'm excited to continue Resident Evil and Phasmophobia as well. I'm excited about all of it. Like I always say, I'm excited about all of it. Otherwise, I wouldn't schedule it. So if any of those float your boat, please stop on by. Otherwise, this is Jim Jummington saying so long. See you later, everyone. Bye-bye.